You ever find yourself racing alone, getting frustrated at the back of the pack?
Announcer bot is active.
Just fed up that your tires won't grip or the guy in front of you
Java
won't
from
get out of
United
your
States
way?
installs Grunt is P1.
Well, son, that
Java
might
is
mean you're a
P1.
rookie. Might mean you're new to the game. You got a couple things to learn. That's okay. Because the truth is, we've all been there. And we've all had to learn. There's no reason you gotta do it alone. Here at Real Rookie Racing, we know that a driver doesn't always have to be the best. They don't always gotta be number one. But if they surround themselves with a group of people who push them to do better, they'll find themselves learning things they never thought they could. And that's what we want to offer you. A chance to drive alongside the pack and push yourself in ways you never would have imagined. Because if you do that, if you keep fighting hard, eventually you'll find yourself right behind that leader, waiting for your moment to strike.
Let's get this thing going. These guys are already flying up and down the course, as you can hear. Practice has begun for the official endurance event. I'm going to be bouncing back and forth a little bit. I will have my co-host Mo with me in just a little bit here. Let me see, where is Heroic Potatoes? Looks like we got some permissions, yeah. Looks like we've got a standoff here. Nobody's going. I think everyone's just trying to figure out some stuff and get all adjusted. It looks like we have a few cars thinking about going out. And I'm not sure why text to speak isn't working here. Looks like it should be. Let's try it here as well. Alright, I believe we got that sorted for those guys. Taking a look here. Not an announcement, but I do appreciate the love there from Red. Alright. Racing all dialed in. Looks like all these guys have their stuff dialed in here. I'll be just broadcasting today, so everybody's probably just adjusting their seats and whatnot. I'm looking to see when we get our co-host Mo Powers out here. To join in on some of the fun. So we got a couple of teams here as everyone starts to load into the grid slowly. As you can see up at the top of the scroll bar, we do have a pretty decent sized grid. It's going to be 5 Volvos and 6 Radicals, I believe. A couple of custom liveries swinging through as well. So right now you're looking at one of the 2 Technically Sim Racing cars. They're actually the only team to have 1 in each class. It's going to be Josh Fulton there that we were looking at for a minute. Oh, actually, this is Jawa now. You know, that might have been Chris C's car, which is a similar color scheme, but just slightly different.
Base cannon from United States is P3. Chris C. Incliner Feldberg is second. Jawa from United States in Teufels Cartier is P1.
Just trying to help out here. Looks like we got a few more permission issues here in the voice chats for these guys. I don't even see where speed is. There you go.
Jesus in Wilesburg is P4.
Where is... There you go.
Jawa is P1.
Not quite sure what it is that they're not able to do, that they have the role, but just
Base cannon is P3.
I'm not sure.
0 to hero in Salzgrund is P5 on hards.
This map is going to be an interesting one. Fudzy, I don't know if you're in the MX5, but we actually have that as a season event now for, it'll be the finale in November, I want to say, or end of October.
Base cannon in Teufels Cartier is P3.
We did make some slight modifications to the track on our end, so you'll see some real rookie racing logos and some sponsors we may not have seen before around the track. Jazz Monkey was the one to make a lot of these funnier, we'll call them. As you can see out in the distance, sponsored by Asgard
Cruise is P5.
Situations. Let's see, you got Bo Josten. Hold on, let me see if I can unmute him here.
Jawa in Salzgrund is P2. Best lap is a 7:34.883.
I can't give you permission to speak in this one here, but let's just pop over to the general one so I can hear whatever you need.
Base cannon in Grottenbach is third.
One moment here. What's up?
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have any stream on Twitch or on YouTube?
It's on the announcement.
Oh, thank you so much.
Jawa
Yes, sir.
from United States in Wilesburg is P2.
I can't hear you over the cars. Oh yeah, okay, no worries, all good.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. He's all good there.
Base cannon is
Taking a
P3.
look at the chat here.
Best lap
Doesn't
is
look like too much going on.
8:22.831.
I'm not sure whether or not we got Speed's permission situation sorted or not. But I'm going to go in good faith
Jawa
and
is
say
P2.
it might be working. 50-50. I definitely gave that one. Or, you know, we'll just do that and see if maybe that gives it the permissions it needs.
0 to hero in Stockborn is fourth driving a Volvo.
Let's check in with them real quick. Hey,
15
Speed.
minutes remaining in the session.
Yeah, what's up?
What's the issue that you have going on?
It wouldn't just let me...
Chris C. from Mexico is P1.
Okay.
Best lap is a 5:10.928.
But all good now?
Yeah,
Okay. Got you. All right, so everybody is in full practice mode. Looks like
0
we've
to
got
hero is fourth.
Tortsy out here representing the Volvo squad a little bit. I'm sure they'll be happy to get that love. We do have, let's see, on the track so far we have 8 of the teams, so a few more still
Jesus
to join
from
us.
Wilesburg is P5 driving a Radical.
Start to take a little bit of a peek around. See what some of
Chris
these
C.
teams
in
are doing. We
Sprungbrett is
got Chris
first.
C is going to be one of the first few out on a proper hot lap. That here. Ooh, a little bit of a lockup causes a big spin towards the wall there. And he'll crash out towards the motor oil logo. trying to readjust himself before we get a couple of these radicals coming through with speed, and he's able to get back on the run. That's what these practice laps are for. They got 13 minutes left before we switch over to the qualifying session. And these Volvos are tricky. You know, they've got a lot of potential for wiggling. You don't want to get caught up. Oop, just like where he was. Probably not the worst plan.
Jawa is P2.
We'll switch over to Jawa now in one of the radicals. Looks like he'll be setting a pretty decent first lap at a 3:46. So a strong way to send a message and bring up the pace for our grid. Ooh, and carries a bit too much speed into the cobbles. We'll see, I want to say, Base Cannon here representing the Venus Coaching Racing, as I believe they've been called, but I think, what did we end up calling them? Thorn Bass for Cash? I think is what we ended up landing on for those boys there. They are definitely looking good in that purple cloudy radical swinging down the straight here. Now the straight's going to be the interesting part, because as fast as these guys are, they actually have these Volvos with a much higher top speed that are going to be chasing them down. So they are going to have to make the most of their opportunities wherever they can. And you can hear them just topped out, begging to get a little bit more speed out of the car, but there is none to be had. So let's see how this one fares a little bit. Cars are a little loud over the commentary. Good to know. We can do a little engine master there. See, Goshu, how's that? A little bit better? I'm not gonna lie, the cars are a little loud over my own thoughts, so I'm okay with that. Hoping for some confirmation there. So this is going to be one of the themes that we have. Radicals flying through the corners, where Volvos have to swing it out a little bit more. Still want to make sure that the commentary volume is set a little bit better. Any one of our viewers wants to confirm. Ooh, heading into the corner with some speed. That's going to be Josh Fulton of Techly Racing pulling aside there just to let the radicals swing by. But we'll grab on with him and see what he's capable of, putting up some killer laps during the practice sessions. Practiced late into the evening last night. Actually got off the track a mere 9 hours ago. And is back to start out this, well, really 5-hour event, considering he does not have a teammate. And you can hear how much slower these cars have to take these corners, as I think we hear another radical swinging up behind. That we do. I think that's going to be Jesus in the number 4 car. Jesus racing today with a co-driver, Woohoo Man. So that will be electric to check in on later. Rumor is we've got everything all lined up here. Ooh, you can hear that radical come from far away. All right, we're gonna do the grave sin of
Base Cannon in Stockport is first. Best lap is a 3:46.275. Jesus in Stockborn is P5.
Alright, I feel like it's hearable enough. Might have to turn some volume stuff around just a little bit. It's just
Base
one
Cannon is
loud
first.
car, you know? All right, I think we got that sorted now. I think there was just a double input coming in, so that was kind of what was messing that up. We'll get this back rolling. Try and grab as many of the live timings if I can. Only 7 cars so far on the track. I mean, they do have a lot of time. So they are welcome to kind of use that time however they see fit. However, I would be getting every minute I could out just to see where I fare once there's traffic on board, get used to having the speed of these radicals around you if you're a Volvo, or I guess more depending where you are rather than what car you're in. So speed bump today, rocking the orange and blue. As a Mets fan, that's something I love to see. Acetec, Volvo, SimLab gives us a nice stylish side view so we can see exactly what's going on as they head out one more time. I'll also take a peek over at, we did look over at Josh Fulton's already. Let's see, I got 0 to hero here in the Castrol car. The greens and the reds are really fitting into this landscape here. I'm glad a lot of these guys were able to make it work. Ooh, it's going to be a nice push. Swings the rear out just a little bit, but not too much, as he comes barreling down towards what will be probably the tougher of the turns we see today. So a full British team, I believe, as we've got, I believe it's Patchy, Osh, and, or no, this one might be Potato and 0 to hero. A 2-man group, as opposed to the 3-man group that we've got of Patchy, Osh, and I want to say Project Purple, none of which seem to be on at the moment. I'm going to just check in shortly here, see if there was anything that I missed. Don't see anybody complaining. So they might just be setting some stuff up on their end. Good amount of time left until qualifying there. 5 minutes remaining, and then they'll have a little bit of overtime. 0 to hero says 2-man group here. Okay, yeah. Managed to check in. Oh, actually, it is Potato currently driving, despite how it looks on the live timings. And it sounds like another 2 or 3-man group, as Base Cannon and Thorn may or may not be racing with Cash. So definitely Thorn to Bass, questionable for Cash. We will find out though soon enough. And they are squealing those tires, but just a little bit too much it seems, as loses the rear through Tefelsquardier. Man, this is going to be hard. There's a lot of corners, and I'm going to butcher all of them. Texting and driving. I wish I could get rid of, there's like this emoji thingy. Castrol Tom's Lassetti. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. All right. Now I can actually read the messages there. So Castrol Tom Lassetti. Man, Cheese is up there with a 42.5. Speed bump's going to be one of the Volvos that we see possibly overtaking the rear of the Radicals. It'll certainly be interesting. We've got a good spread out on the track right now, so everybody's got plenty of opportunities to try and get themselves sorted. see the broadcast cam out to the side there. Keeping it simple today. We will just be sitting in our seats for this one. Which does remind me, I should set that up. We got Potato over there. Alright. I should at least be paying attention to the race at hand. This is probably the dumber part of the stream that you're witnessing here. But it's for good cause, because if we can set this up properly, I think it would look pretty damn good. There you go. All right. Is that going to be there no matter who I'm watching, though? Let's see. Only one way to really find out. Oh, yes, it is. Big shame. So we'll have to make it out to the other side of the track somehow. All right. I do need to fix that because that's going to be super annoying. This is why I need Mo, because he can run a temporary commentary while I have auto start on. Okay, so we're not going to be able to do that regardless. It would have been funny though. Mo and I were playing with that earlier. But you can basically set it up so it looks like we're actually watching the fun, so to speak. Jesus going through Stockport now. I thought Jesus might have had his custom livery, but I guess not one of the ones that we see today. Possibly didn't end up getting one through. Those radicals are significantly louder than these other cars. I think I have fixed the broadcast car from continuously moving, but we'll find out. Do you see Osh now loading in? So we got 8 of the vehicles on the grid, slowly working towards that final 11. Don't see any last minute cancellations, so that should be good. Looks like Bo Josen and Muchacho will be joining in for qualifying at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these racers are kind of using this time to practice offline without the chaos of the grid, and then give themselves the best opportunity before qualifying begins. Ooh, carries a ton of speed into the top of this cobblestone section, and here is the moment of truth. They do it with style. Very well done there by Jesus, making it look pretty easy, I won't lie. As someone who's been on it, I can assure you it's not as easy as it seems, but power to the man up top right now, 2 seconds up on the rest of the grid. Yet to see what his teammate is capable of, though, so we will have to stay tuned to see that. I believe Jesus seems to be going out for qualifying. We could definitely pull some interviews. I was trying to give Mo a little bit of time to see if he would join me at any point, but has not yet. So yeah, it looks like we might have Cash possibly not joining us today. Mo Power, on the other hand, definitely not joining me right now. I'm gonna text his ass. Tell me he's a little bitch. Hang on. I can say that. He was my best man at my wedding. Little bitch. Where you at? Alright. We'll see if that gets us a little bit of love from Mr. Mo Powers. Now, as far as interviews go, it looks like most of the teams have shown up here. I don't see Big Dean Energy or Meh. I'm not positive if maybe they won't be joining us today. I'm hoping so. I don't see Woohoo or Big Dean Energy on the check-in list though, so they might not be joining us today. Little bit of a shame. Seems the remainders of the teams though have managed to pop in, so that's a good start there. As far as interviews go, I guess we could kick things off here as we enter the last few minutes of practice. Let me pop over here to the Discord, see what we got planned. Where's so many channels right now? All right, well, let's take them in order. We'll start out with the Chris and Christian crew here, see what these guys are feeling. Don't think we've seen them for an endurance race before.
Who's ahead of you? All right, we got it.
Gentlemen,
Hello, hello.
Hello.
how you doing, boys?
Doing
Good.
good.
So just a reminder, you're on the broadcast, but how you guys feeling about your odds today?
We're just here to have fun, Buggy.
I love it. I love it. I've seen you guys putting in some decent practice though, and you got a custom livery, so it shows some planning ahead. You know, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, we definitely want to represent, do well, but you know, just at the end of the day, it's our first endurance race, so survival is the ultimate goal.
Yep. Survival is key. Now, you guys might be better off, right? It's your first one, so there's always that little beginner's luck playing in. You're gonna have to have 2 long stops. Do you guys know? Are you gonna need some additional stops outside of the 2 long ones today?
We were looking at like probably 4 to 5 pit stops. Knowing our lap time's probably closer to 5, but
Nice. Well, I'll let you guys get to playing in there. Is there anyone in particular on the grid that you're worried about, or that you think is gonna run away from the pack early?
well, you got the normal suspects, Jesus, and them. We expect them to get out of the way. Most of the radicals we expect to get out of the way pretty early on, stay out of their way. But you never know.
Yeah, no, you never know. I currently am watching Josh Fulton going in reverse down the track, so I think you guys will have some fun today. But I'll let you guys get back to it. We're looking forward to the debut.
All right, thank you.
Adios. Techly boys.
Yeah. How's it going?
Hello, my friend.
Not too bad. So the only team to submit 2 cars. Are you guys going to be trying to work together? Is there any way where you can work together with such a difference in where the cars excel?
If Jawa tries to pass me into the town, I'm gonna take him out. So,
All right. So papaya rules, it sounds like, for turn 1.
Yeah, I'm going full Piastri in the slower car, right? Like,
I like it. I like that dedication. Now, I wasn't really watching how close are the lap times there. It looks like, Josh, you haven't set one just yet for practice, but
yeah, I mean, I'm averaging about a 14:36 this session, so
not too shabby. Not too shabby.
yeah, you know, I don't know. My target's around a 4-minute. I think Jawa's target's around a 3:45, 3:50, somewhere in there. So
okay. So we won't see too much interaction between you two. Hopefully.
No, I'm sure the gap will pull out pretty quick at the start of the race between the radicals and the Volvo. So I'm sure there'll be a 10-15 second gap between the front Volvo and the back Radical by the end of the first lap. Just because of that acceleration, the only way that the Volvos can get that, sub 4 is with the top speed on the straight. So
Right. Well, that'll be interesting to see. I hope you guys have a good one there. Josh, we did catch a little bit of that reverse down the straightaway there. Some good, solid recovery moves. I like practicing all angles of the event.
Yeah, I was trying to whip it around, right? But the track was too narrow where I tried to spin it.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna let you boys focus up and get in the mental state for qual, which seems like it's starting soon, and hopefully we'll see some big things from you both.
Yeah, we'll catch you later.
Later.
I have my POV up if anybody is interested, but I'm having Brett throw the regular stream in the chat whenever he gets a chance. So
Nice. Well, we'll catch up to you guys in a bit.
yeah, catch you later.
How we doing, gentlemen?
Good. Isn't it just the Radicals going out first?
It is just the Radicals out first, so Volvos have a little bit of time here. Which Volvo's on the track?
I saw a few of them just go out, yeah.
All right, looks like the message was sent out there. We got Ayaz Jawa and Base Cannon out on the track. And the Volvo's got the message there. All right, we're back to it. Anyway, so how you boys feeling about your race odds today?
Well, I mean, in the practice race, I got dive bombed and taken out by someone immediately. So hopefully that was just them messing around for the practice, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of speed getting carried into those cobbles. I've definitely been trying to advise some caution throughout the first couple turns there, but in a real rookie race, I guess there's only one way to see what happens.
We'll see. It should be fun, yeah.
Yeah, we believe in you both there. Is there anyone that you see yourself going side by side with a little bit down the track today?
It depends who's got the first stint. I think I'm fairly equal with Speed Bump on pace. If he's got the first stint, that could be a good battle.
Very nice. Well, we look forward to it. I'll let you guys start to mentally prepare, and we'll go check in with those rascals who tried to sneak a lap in there.
Cheers.
Yeah.
How we doing, gentlemen?
Sorry, man.
Oh no, you're good.
On autopilot, as soon as I see qualified time go down to 0, I was like, go.
No, you're fine. No worries. No, I'm just checking in with all the teams there, seeing how they're feeling about the event today. I hear Potato is hoping to get a little head-to-head action with you specifically there, Speed. Is there anybody on the grid that you'd like to go up against?
Well, since Vermin Exterminators have turned this into a rivalry, there's definitely some tension there now.
I did forget about that. That is true. We do have the other Volvo team on the grid, Vermin Exterminators. And I believe you've raced with some of those guys before, right? Muchacho and Bojosen.
Yeah. Same with Grumpy. Yeah.
That's
how I actually met Grumpy is through those guys.
Oh, excellent. Well, so that'll be fun. Hopefully you guys get some nice wheel-to-wheel action going there. And, it'd be cool if Potato and Zero can join in the mix, get a nice fight going with the Volvos.
Oh, yeah. I think Potato's probably my nemesis on the track today. So definitely going to be watching times for him.
We love to hear it. Well, I'll let you guys start mentally preparing. You guys go out at the 20-minute mark for your 15-minute qualifying session.
Perfect. Thanks.
You're welcome. How we doing, y'all?
Sir, we're doing great. How are you doing?
Not too bad. I know you're on your qualifying there, so I'll let you focus. I'll try and make it quick, but how we feeling about the race today?
Oh, dude, we're feeling really good. I'm excited to get into this race. It's my first time working with Thorn here, and I think it's his first endurance race, so
Perfect, perfect. I know you have a teammate that may or may not be joining you. Just so you guys know, even if they join during the race, that's okay. I've got all the driver's licenses, so to speak, set up for all three of you.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll let you guys adapt to that on the fly. I don't want to distract you too much, but good luck, Godspeed, boys.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. We'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side.
Have some
Gentlemen.
wheel-to-wheel action.
How you doing today? You guys
we
are
are
on the broadcast currently, but just wanted to check in, see how you guys are feeling about the race today.
we're feeling good and fast.
What answer do you like? Do you like the nice one or the realistic one?
Pick your favorite. I will say that there is another team on the grid that seems to want to go wheel to wheel with you, so you guys have already been called out, so you're welcome to call someone else out.
Yeah.
We are
You can see by the team name that we've got very precise goals for that race.
Yeah, I mean, I will say with the choice in team name, there's definitely some high expectations from you guys today. I think not only do you have to beat them, but you gotta beat them by a little bit. So hopefully you can put that gap between them.
Oh, we are not going to beat them. It's not what we expect. What we expect is to obliterate them.
All right, that is a mentality we love. Yeah, we're definitely excited to see that, and we do have the team of Heroic Potatoes said that they're going to be trying to keep it in the mix with you guys, so we're excited to see some action between all of you.
Cool. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But I'll let you guys focus up. You guys go out for your qualifying session at the 20-minute mark, all right?
All right, thank you so much.
No problem. All right, so we're going to have a few more teams to check in on in a little bit. I want to let them focus, though, because they only have 8 minutes left of qual. And then we go from there. Who called on us? People want to know. Vermin versus the Vermin Exterminators. That is the battles that we'll be having today. So taking a look at qualifying here, we haven't really been paying too much time to the speeds that we've got going on, but looks like people are struggling to get their first couple clean laps in. Osh is going to be the first one with a 3:58.047. So not quite the peak of the radical pace that we've been seeing. They do have a 17-kilometer-an-hour wind at the moment, with 24-degree track temps. So it's going to be interesting. That wind, actually, I know this is going to mess you guys up now that we've been looking for so long, but the wind is actually helping them on this portion of the track. So that is going to show a little bit more accurately what direction the wind is pointing for them. As Osh, 17 seconds up on their time now, will come across the line with a 3:40 to set the pace. We're going to swing back a little bit to Jawa, currently trying to keep a little bit of distance between themselves and Base Cannon as they slowly get closer and closer to topping out down this main straight. Got a lot of speed coming through Grottenbach here. And you can just hear the aggression of that redlining radical begging to be let go a little bit more, but just not really has the power to go any further with it. So that one's going to be a 3:45, and Base Cannon answers Osh by 0.2 seconds. A little bit of dog chaos in the background there as we get some deer much like the hills of Feldbergring, we get some wildlife around here as well. So cannot confirm nor deny. Man, Jawa is making it look pretty easy trying to catch back up on their times. Let's take a look over at Jesus, though, who just put in a whopping 3:39. So breaks the pace by over a second. That's going to be huge to start off. Now, one thing to remember is there are multiple drivers for the majority of these teams. So the average lap time is going to be very different from what we're seeing here as they go all out in qual. Only 5 minutes 30 seconds remaining, so they're not only going to be trying to push around right now to finish a lap, but some of them have a chance to get 2 more chances in. Oop, and Jesus will swing back to the line to wait for their opportunity. I'm only seeing 4 Radicals on the grid and 4 Volvos on the grid, so we might only have an 8-man race there. Looks like we are losing the team of... Let's take a peek and see which teams we are losing today. So we will be losing the team of Tortsy in the Volvos, and that will leave them with 5. We also seem to be losing the Big Dean Energy team and the Inferno team over there. We'll just send messages out. All right, there we go. Sorry, back to the action here. So we did send out a message to the last couple drivers who have not made it to the track yet today. We'll see if they can. Base Cannon looking pretty good with Feldbergring. Yes, the fuel rate is 100%. I just noticed them talking about that over in their channel or in the game chat. There's different wind speeds and the track temps are getting warmer. That could be what we were thinking of, but not positive. My pausing is mostly just to check in and make sure the things they're talking about isn't stuff they need me to help out with, but currently looks like we are doing okay. Base Cannon is on an outlap. Let's take a look around and see if anybody's still going for their time. Nobody yet, so we'll stick with Base Cannon, and he's going to be one of the last few to get an opportunity in. And we'll see if he makes the most of it. We're going to stick with him down this whole straightaway here. Nice long one. You can see him weaving the tires. He knows this is just the outlap. He's going to have a chance once he crosses the line, but he's got to make it there first, which I'm certain he will. And to the races we go. So Base Cannon will cross the line with enough time to set in another lap, as will looks like Jesus behind him. And we will just make sure that they know what they got going on here. Just getting everything set up here. 39 seconds remaining. I don't want to distract these guys from their hot laps if they're on one. Both struggling to find a little bit of time, but not far off, so still doable for both of them as they come ripping through Wellsburg. Jesus does at least. Base is a little bit ahead in Rotes right now, weaving that radical through the sectors where they really gain the most time on these Volvos. And making it look relatively easy while he does it. And the Volvos are allowed to start moving as we have these guys trying to finish their laps. I think Base Cannon now just ended up just shy. I think maybe a little distracted by the announcement, unfortunately. That could be on us. Or just pushing a little hard. Jesus through Sprungbrett, though, looking pretty good as he heads slowly towards the main straight there. Or actually, he's still got most of Sector 2 to finish up. This seems to be one of the harder parts, this downhill sharp right turn. Let's see. Looks like these guys want to vote about here, let me turn this back over to here so you can at least hear all this going on. I'm just trying to get up this vote set up for them. All right, there you go. Vote is up. All right, we put that up to a vote, so that will be up to them. We'll check in a little bit and see where the vote lies. Basically, the last 5 minutes is supposed to be a mixed qualifying at the moment. Some of the overtime stuff has pushed us back a little bit towards the actual event start. Seems right now we'll be starting a little bit closer to 11:10 rather than 11 o'clock. It should still be close within reason. Taking a look now at Muchacho. I think this is the first time we've seen these guys on the grid. Let's take a peek in. The boat is still going. they're just now. On here. All right, we've got Muchacho heading down to Feldbergring. As I butcher that like no one's butchered it before, we'll continue to call it the cobbles. You can see the time of day is changing slowly as the sun's rising. We'll go from sunrise to sunset over the course of the 4 hours, if I did my math correctly. But no guarantees where it all ends up. Chacho heading through roads. We've been sticking with him for a little bit. Let's peek over to the Vermin squad and see how they're faring. Oh, or I guess we're going to switch over to Josh Fulton as is currently looking. I mean, let's take a look here as far as who actually voted for what. Got Thorn and Base are one team. So 3 teams voted for Leave It, whereas 2 teams voted for Keep It. So as it stands now, we are still keeping the 10-minute mark thing. I am keeping an eye on it to see if the numbers change, but where it is now, it's going to be, looks like as scheduled, with the 5 minutes of mixed event going on after this. Really, it's just enough time for these guys to get one final lap in if they want it. That's about it. So let me check in with some of these last few teams here. Give me just a moment. I'm going to leave it on auto for a sec. Yo.
No.
Do you want the 5-minute mixed or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Teammates having some issues right now, so any extra
There you go.
time.
That works out. All right.
All right.
All right. I'm that's another vote for it anyway. And I believe Jesus is voting for it as well, if I had to guess. All right. So the vote is to keep it as planned. I am leaving it there. We've checked in with most of the other teams at this point, and it seems like it is a one team. All right. So, just to recap all of that, because you guys weren't a part of it, we are letting the Radicals go back out for the final 5 minutes. There was a little vote. Vote didn't pass. It's going to push us 10 minutes back with the overtime and stuff. That's not enough of a reason to restructure the whole race. Starting a 4-hour event 10 minutes late is not the end of the world. Now, that being said, we do have the Radicals still that we are waiting for. And let's see if I'm still getting my company today. All right, so it seems like I still can't get in touch with Mo. Not positive if that is going to fully affect anything there. I just won't be able to sneak away. But that's all right. We'll be cool. So let's look at the overall qualifying. 2 minutes left for the Volvos here. Speed Bump is setting the pace with a 351.9. Doesn't seem to be catching up to the Radicals, which is kind of nice. 352 from Potato and a 352.6 from Muchacho. So those guys are all real close together. Josh Fulton struggling a little bit off the pace with a 357. See if he can gain a few more seconds there to keep up with the pack. And we've got Christian Crafton, looking pretty nice as he flies through. I think it's going to be his first hot lap that we'll see as it pulls away. But he does cross the line with a 4:08. So a little bit off the pace, but nothing too crazy. And just a moment here. I'm sure all the Radicals are slowly getting ready to head back out on the track. Not allowed to go just yet. They're going to have to wait the full final minute here to do so. 40 seconds remaining here. We'll see how it goes. Getting closer and closer there to race time. Just watching the timing here. And the radicals are out on the track. All right. Everything is back to normal now. Chaos should be over. There's 5 minutes left here before the overtime begins. And then everybody will get a chance to dial it in and get things all ready for themselves. Now, I know Cheezus and Base were eager to get an extra lap in. We'll see what they do with it, as there is going to be a little bit of traffic, as all these guys are kind of close together. But they have to be, because they need to get an outlap in quick if they want to be able to take one more shot at things. See a few drivers trying to do the same on the Volvo end of things as well. Probably got about 8 minutes from this point till the race begins. Looking pretty good. Jesus, staying clear of that pack up front. You got Base Cannon closest to you and Muchacho up in front of him. So that's going to be Base Cannon trying to wiggle through a Volvo in this mixed class qualifying. That's why we only did it for the final few minutes here, because they take such drastically different lines and have such different speeds that there's really no best way to get it all sorted. Swinging through Feldberg now towards the ring itself. Ooh, really drops down on time. I think Jesus is starting to put as much pace as they can between them, just to make sure that they've got plenty of space before their next qualify, or their one qualifying chance. Yeah, look at that. Way dropping down in time. Let's take a look at some of these Volvos, though, because they are still going to be on hot laps. Speaking of, Josh Fulton trying to creep down towards those 52s. Going through Wakel now. And swinging in to, I guess the straight doesn't have a name with some speed. Which is going to be what we're calling it. Yeah. Guess the straight doesn't have a name. As we get closer and closer to the clear weather, we've got 4 km/h winds now. 26-degree track temps, a little bit warmer. Could help the Radicals put a slightly nicer lap in on this next one. Now, one thing I didn't check in with these guys is whether or not tires are going to come into play, because when they disconnect and reconnect for the long driver swap, they will get fresh tires. So will they need to pit for tires outside of that opportunity? That I am not sure of. We do see everybody out on softs right now, obviously, as we try and set our last couple qualifying times. Josh Fulton a little brush up with the wall, though, so that was going to still keep him up on his pace somehow. So he must be having a little bit of a run in here and there. That's nothing too crazy. Chacho looks like on an outlap. Speed not finding much time yet, but we do see some of the Radicals getting ready to head down into their first lap attempt. See Jesus a little bit behind. I think that's going to be a Radical right there. I'm not sure who he's got. Trying to get a peek on the live timings. I think it might be Muchacho still behind him. Definitely not a Volvo, though. I think that's Jawa. There we go. So Jawa in the green Techley Racing livery. heading through the cobbles, and has got a little target in his sights there. He needs to close out that 4-second gap to Base Cannon to be competitive with that rest of the group. And he does look like he's got the pace to do so. And you see 3 Volvos that are getting closer and closer to his time, so he's definitely going to want to make something happen with that. Jawa keeping clean through Wakel. And nicely down that doesn't have a name straight. Let's take a peek a little further back on the grid. Where is he? It looks like the qualifying session has ended, actually. So the guys are going to be crossing the line for the final time. We do have Josh Fulton coming down the straight. Ooh, and he seems to be on one hell of a lap. This is going to put him into a competitive range here. If he can hold on till the end, hopefully this is a clean one. Man, I think even these Volvos are topping out pretty good, but making the most of his lap, coming across the line with a 53.5 puts him much closer to that competitive range, a little bit more comforting to see. We'll switch on over to Speed Bump, or actually, sorry, it's going to be Jawa and Base Cannon will be our next ones to come across the line here. And Speed Bump will be the last racer to get a chance. And Jawa loses it a little bit. That's going to cost a lot of speed. You see that delta dropping now down to a 1.5 seconds. This is a relatively straight portion of the track, and losing all acceleration into it has cost now 2 seconds almost by the time Jawa's reaching this breaking point here into Tefel Quartier. Definitely still pushing hard, but is not going to be the car to set a final hot lap time. Base Cannon, on the other hand, has a chance to take on Osh. We'll put them in the front, or sorry, we'll put him in the front row ahead of Josh. If he can hang on here, he's got a few more turns to make. The biggest one and the most important one coming up right now. Makes it look easy, stays in the delta, and actually manages to get on the gas a little bit quicker than previously. These radicals do top out on the long straightaway, so it's very possible that he will be keeping this delta, somehow losing a little bit of time. Might have had some kind of draft on the personal best lap, but far enough ahead to where he can still take that position from Osh. We're watching now as he gets closer and closer to the final few turns, really flying now at 245 kilometers an hour. I think we've seen these things go about 255 on the track. Can he find that last little bit of speed? He's definitely pushing hard. He's trying. He's going to be, I believe, ahead of the Osh, crossing the line now. And he does snag the P2 right on the last lap of the qualifying session. That is one hell of a heater. As these guys now will start to get ready for the main event. A little bit of time here before overtime and qualifying begins. Sorry, overtime ends and the race itself begins. I will be right back, and we will start up the full 4 hours here. Alright, and we are back, looks like with plenty of time before the action, as I don't see the official wait timer has begun, but could be wrong there. I don't really get to see it in the same manner. I'll try quick see. Yeah, was not able to see. So I didn't see if anybody left and came in. Doesn't look it. So I think everybody who qualified is going to be our racers to actually start out the first stint. We do only have 8 guys on the track, sorry, 9 cars on the track it seems. So 5 Volvos and 4 Radicals. Why do I have Christmas decorations on the door? Because they're timeless. They're festive. I got Christmas decorations there. I think I might have some Halloween decorations somewhere. We're a festive household. You gotta. Besides, it's almost Christmas, you know? Like, if you kept them long enough, like, once you make it around far enough, it hits a certain point where it's like, well, I'd keep them away for less time than they were out. So you might as well just keep them out. You get it. You might not know you get it, but you get it. Let's take a look there. All right, so is that the end of overtime? No. Okay, so the official wait countdown has begun. They've got 90 seconds until they all line up on the grid. Everybody's going to be dialing in their fuel, getting those last second things tuned in if they can. Are we able to roam around at all here? Let's see. We can. Very nice. So let's take a look here with the drone cam at our full grid. Got our lovely show out today in the stands. And from the front, so this is going to be the team of Potato and Zero to Hero, also known as Heroic Potatoes. We've got Vermin Supreme of Speed Bump and Grumpy Print. We've got Christian Crafton and Chris C here in the, I'm trying to remember what they ended up naming themselves here. It's to be named Meow Motors, which makes sense. There's 2 cats on it. I should have known that. We do see that they've got a couple of the funny sponsors that was made by Zero to Hero, and you'll see around the track as well. Josh Fulton of Techly Racing, followed behind by Muchacho and Bo Jowson of Vermin Exterminator. So a little rivalry going between them and Vermin Supreme up front. Placeholder Racing, I want to say that one is going to be Osh, Patchy, and who else do we have there? Osh, Patchy, and Purple. And there you go, Jawa of Techly Racing, and Base and Thorn of Venus, or Thorn to Bass for Cash. Unfortunately, it sounds like the For Cash will not be joining us. And up front, your current leader of the grid, Jesus, who's got quite a long stretch ahead of him and a lot of defending to do. We'll see exactly how it all shakes up. His teammate will be Woohoo Man, who we haven't seen put in a lap yet. We haven't seen most of these guys' teammates put in laps yet today, so we will get to experience this all together. Looks like these guys are going to be racing with 29-degree track temps and only a 2-kilometer-an-hour wind, so not enough to affect even the Radicals. So they'll be racing purely on grip and speed here. And we are starting fresh with the sunset. Jumpy Print gets it there. You just got to have the decoration sometimes. Taking a look from our full grid once more. Everybody all lined up here. Taking us from the rear, we've got Christian C and Chris C, Meow Motors, Techly Racing, Vermin Exterminators, Heroic Potatoes, Vermin Supreme, Techly Racing, Placeholder Racing, Thorn Bass for Cash, and your current leader up front, Jesus and Woohoo And that's another one that I gotta see. It is sunrise right now. Jesus and Woohoo are going to be in Burnout Motorsport Racing. Away we go. The 4 hours has begun. These radicals are off the line quick. So the Volvos don't really have too much to worry about. The radicals have been given priority today. The Volvos, although they will be catching up to them here and there, know to try and leave them to battle with themselves. So radicals way off early. They got a nice little gap. Already 3 seconds form in between them as we head into turn 1. Radicals make it through cleanly. Can we say the same for the Volvos? Everybody coming in pretty quick, but makes it through cleanly. We see some pretty close together action happening from both packs, so this is going to be a interesting lap 1 to try and watch. Taking a look here, looks like nobody's going to be going for any early on moves, just a lot of responsible racing through these narrow sectors. At least on the Volvo side of things, it seems like we got some closer action going on. Ooh, and pushing hard by the Radicals. These guys definitely determined to make the most of the opportunities here. Half second is not going to be enough of a drafting range for either of these cars. You got to be within it. So these guys are going to look to tighten things up as they head through the rest of Sector 1 into Turn 2. This will be our chance to see where people make up some time. Sector 1 has been completed, and now we'll get to see the true differences in the pace. You can see 6 seconds now separating the Volvos and the Radicals. A little bit of a spin, I'm guessing, for Muchacho and Bojausen as they find themselves 2 seconds behind Speed Bump and Potato, holding off Josh Fulton of Techley Racing, but he is still keeping Muchacho within the sights. The Exterminators have to catch up to these vermin in order to basically accept the challenge they threw down earlier. Looks like Base Cannon might be going for a move up in the Radical class. These guys are side by side heading towards a very tight turn. This is going to be where they have to decide. Base Cannon lets off a little bit early, gives Jawa an opportunity to get close as he's forced to take an early braking point through Turfel Squartier. We're going to try and pop back for just a second, though, because Jawa is within that drafting range, heading towards a dangerous place, but manages to keep it moving. So loses a little bit of the pace there. Unfortunately, we'll have to play a little bit more catch-up. We'll see if Speed Bump has better luck. I think we just missed Jawa possibly sneaking into that wall a little bit, but continues to move on through. Speed Bump playing the patient game, staying just slightly behind. I don't see him letting off the gas, though, so it looks like he just hasn't found the angle through. He's going for a similar opportunity here, and it'll be a little bit of a later breaking point through San Plankin, and too late, unfortunately, as he loses a lot of acceleration into the main straight. So heading towards the end of lap 1, let's look up front. We've got Jesus here in Grottenbachen, looking pretty good with a safe 3 seconds currently between themselves and Osh. Again, these guys all have different teammates, so we will see some changes in the pace at some point along the way here. Oop, and we'll try and watch the grid come down. We do have Osh and Jawa still fighting it out, or sorry, Osh and Base Cannon fighting it out as Awa tries to catch up to the pace. And here come the Volvos slowly catching up as they've got a higher top speed there. Potato and Speed Bump first. Muchacho not far behind, and neither is Josh Fulton. And then our first big gap of the evening going to the CC Meow Motors. These guys are doing one hell of a job keeping in there. A little bit of a rough first lap, as you can see some damage taken to the rear end, but I'm sure they'll be able to keep things moving. We've got basically the full 4 hours of racing left, if you count what I would imagine to be an overtime and 2 different pit stops that they'll have to go through. Gonna pop now back over to the leader. 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds separating them. That is my dog is in the background. I got 2 of them. Yeah, that is the dogs in the background there. Oop, it looks like we actually have a little bit of an interesting moment here. Osh seems to have had a bad spin that got him behind the Volvos, tries to make a move around them and finds himself back off the pace. I'm not sure where we missed that. Possibly you guys still caught it on the stream. You do see that Volvo of the Vermin Exterminators bearing down on him. And he's going to help actually put a little gap between the Vermin Exterminators and the Vermin themselves. The Vermin, though, might be going for a move here, as they do find the pace to get through Potato finally and the Heroic Potatoes into Feldberg. But the last time they made a move, they did lose the pace. Able to keep it this time through the twists and turns of Kleiner. Crashed bad first corner, lap 2 went back to pits. Okay, so Osh starting off the back foot as they had to TP to pits, I guess, during lap 2. Puts them in the middle of all these Volvos, but hopefully they'll find a way to get by safely. Ooh, as I was going to say, you hear him come roaring up behind. We're going to sit with him for a little bit and try and watch his climb up front. You can see everybody is kind of putting some gaps on, except for Speed and Potato. They're managing to keep the pace with each other pretty well here as we finish up lap 2. So unfortunate luck to start for Placeholder Racing, but these guys have some real solid pace. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it up on strategy, possibly with an undercut later on. The Radical braking pretty early, or sorry, the Volvo braking early to make sure the Radical can get through and allows them to move on. I will say the livery does fit the name. That is one hell of a placeholder livery. But making it look pretty easy now as he heads past one Volvo. Although this is where he's going to start to run into issues. He does have a lower top speed than these other cars in the lower class, so he's going to have to pass them all over again, this time into the sharp corners of the cobblestone. So we'll see if Potato is able to get through. He's sticking with him and kind of using him for his draft a little bit here. They head closer and closer. The Volvos do have to brake earlier for this first turn, and you see him pull off. So Osh is going to manage to break away before he gets caught up. Definitely lucky on the pace there as far as the timing goes, and he is on to the next one. After he gets by this next Volvo, he's got 15 seconds of dead air as he tries to catch up to the remainder of his class. He is giving him a little flash just to let him know that he's going for the move, but Speed Bump does have to stay on the gas as well. It's going to be a little tricky. This is a tough spot to get 2 cars through. I think it'll have to be on the next straight. I don't know where he's going to be able to make the move here. I think right after this turn, as they get a little close, but the Volvo can't really do too much about it as they are stuck tighter, or they have a tighter braking. Speed is he's flashing him to let him know he's going for it now, I think. Yeah, Apache Kaz did keep us updated there. And Osh whips through on that turn, so he is going to be able to start his climb back up to the remainder of the grid. Christian Crafton, it seems, with a disqualification. Not positive what happened there. Let me take a look and see if we got any information. I don't see anything as to what happened with CC Motorsport or Meow Motorsport. Hopefully someone ends up joining back in at some point. Very interesting there. Yeah, because if it was a drive-through, they still would have had a little bit more time. So it seems like we've had a few random instances happening early on in the race here. So Osh has a bad crash that auto teleports him to pits. Now finds himself trying to climb back up to Jawa in P3. We do have Christian Crafton and Chris C leaving, unfortunately. Hopefully, they will be able to get themselves back up into the mix. And we now have Potato dropping back a little bit from Speed Bump in the Vermin Supreme up front. So we'll use this time to take a little look around the grid again. So Cheezus through Scheifer Hack, looking pretty good, setting the pace. Cheezus today, sponsored by a few different programs, Hankook, which I actually think I have on my car currently, and Motul. Gotta say, he does carry these lines very well. You can see he uses it. He uses the full length of the course, or sorry, the full width of the course to his advantage, getting real close to these white lines, but not touching the grass, as it seems that it really cost these radicals. That's beautiful control through that sector. We'll see how he takes the cobbles, because that seems to be one of the defining or one of the key differences in lap times today. And he takes it gently, and we'll take a look at his gap. You can see just as he exits the screen, base cannon whipping through. Not terribly far behind, but far enough. Same goes here for Jawa, doing their best to hang on to base cannon, but slowly dropping further and further each lap. As on the other hand, Osh is starting to whip through with some speed. No more Volvos in front of him. So he's slowly closing now. He's gone from 17 seconds to 13, 14 seconds. And you can see Speed Bump's actually doing a pretty good job of keeping up. That orange livery there coming across the line, or sorry, coming around the hard turn in the cobbles. Same with Potato. So a few different battles forming at the moment, but at least all of them have someone in their sights to keep an eye on. Muchacho goes a little bit wide, and that's going to give Techley an opportunity to strike. We'll hang on with them for a moment. And Josh does see the opportunity here. You can tell that he's pushing a little bit harder. Definitely using the full course. Hopefully not too much. He's just got to be careful. These walls are not forgiving. You don't want to put even a little bit of pressure on them, as they'll kill your acceleration. And really going through with some pace here. I think Muchacho does have it through this first sector, though, as he is going through a little bit quicker now than Fulton's. Found himself a couple more tenths. I'm trying to take a peek at the timings here, and he does come across, looks like about a second faster. So hopefully Josh able to find a little bit more pace in these next few turns. Now, Josh, I don't know that he's been in one of our endurance events before. I know he's definitely been in a few. But taking on the whole 4 hours solo, so definitely a brave soul. We only have a few doing that today. It's going to be Josh, Fulton, and Jawa, I think, are the only two to take it on fully solo today. Now, one thing to remember with these... Oh, man. So we just got word from the Christian Crashin and Chris C team. Looks like they had a power outage on their end. So they are not going to be able to rejoin in the fun anytime soon, at least. they're always welcome back on the grid just to be part of the action, but that is unfortunately going to take them out of the hunt altogether. We also have, well, that is going to narrow our grid down to 4 Volvos and 4 Radicals. That is one of the big unfortunate things of sim racing. You cannot account for a lot of network related things. While everybody else is having some good strong connection here, a power outage somewhere else in the world is going to cause some problems for members on our grid. Hopefully they do feel encouraged, though, to pop back in at some point along the way, as we're only 15 minutes in, a lot of time left, a lot of room for mistakes to happen. As we see Josh still clinging on to the back here of Muchacho. That's going to be our closest battle at the moment. We'll try and take a peek at some of the more interesting lines as Osh is going to head into one of the tougher corners and manages to do so without hitting the curves. For anyone who hasn't raced this track before, those curves are pretty deadly. They do a real good job of preventing you from taking any too much of a any too wide of a line. The way these radicals can move through sector 1 and 2, though, is something else. We see Osh now has already taken off another 3 seconds on his last lap. Seems a 3:45, so definitely going to have the pace to move up on Jawa. Speed bump really bringing the heat right now. 10 seconds up from his pack and only 15 seconds away from a radical at almost 20 minutes in. I mean, that is impressive pace for this Volvo. We do know that they're going to be separating for a while, but this difference in pace being as close as it is, I don't know how long we'll be until lap traffic becomes an issue. In fact, we could see pit stops coming into play before then. Everybody keeping their pit strategies close to hand, so we weren't privy to seeing what the fuel intake and everything would be in chat like we normally do. But still interesting to watch. Oh, speaking of interesting, looks like Josh Fulton is going for his moment as he found a little bit of time where Muchacho seemed to lose some as they head through lap 5 now, or sorry, lap 4 for them. They're a little bit behind the leader. Josh has been looking for this opportunity for a little bit of time here, but he's playing it safe. He hasn't gone for any late breaks or dive bombs that could play to his advantage. Just being patient seems like has at least paid off to bring them closer together. That'll all come down to making Muchacho keep his eyes in the mirrors more than the breaking points in front. Ooh, and here comes a little difference in breaking points as Josh able to get a little bit closer there. Finds himself within drafting opportunity for a moment. So that's kind of a exit he needs to have into the long straight. That's going to be a key difference between these two. He does seem to hold a bit of a straighter line through there, but Muchacho holding more speed is going to start to really strip away. I think Sector 2 is going to be where we need to see Fulton of Techley Racing pick up just a little bit. And that should bring these two cars a little bit closer together. Doing a good job to stay within sight, keep each other motivated. As we've got multiple other racers now starting to find themselves in no man's land. Osh being one of them. So let's take a look back up towards the top of the grid. We've got Jesus and Wykel swinging around with ease into the can't believe it's not named straight. the consistency is crazy. I mean, I've been taking a look at lap times. Purple Sector 2 with a personal best last lap. Looks like on pace to set another best this lap. It was a 3:42 on that previous one. So the weight of the fuel is definitely eating at these guys. You can see they're on medium tires instead of hard, so they don't have the exact pace that they were going to have during qual, but man, Jesus keep chipping away at his time like this. We might actually see one of those 40-second laps. Well, 3-minute and 40-second laps that we were seeing during the qualifying session. We'll swing back to another racer here, Base Cannon, in the Venus coaching livery, representing Thorn Bass. No cash. Base is doing a good job as well here, putting a good gap between the two. Oop, we're going to look away for just a moment, though, as we've got some side-by-side action. I don't see either one of them having a collision with each other, so nothing too shabby. Just a little bit of wall ride in there. Muchacho's got much more speed through Weikel. Is going to look for the outside opportunity. Josh is going to have to make a decision. Oh, and the wall makes it for them, sending him sideways. Josh goes for a quick little J-turn and is back on the hunt. Only 5 seconds down. Hopefully didn't sustain too much damage, as we've got it turned pretty far down today. We'll see if that helps at all. But now a little gap, so we'll head back up to the top of the grid. We've got Jawa sitting pole position in the Radical class. Really starting to feel the heat from Osh behind, only 6.7 seconds separating them currently. That is a tricky one. He's been very consistent, not doing anything wrong per se, Jawa, with a 347s back to back, it seems. But Osh is a man on a mission, currently pacing around the same time as Base Cannon up front. In fact, Base did have a little bit of an incident last lap, it seems, and brings Jawa within 10 seconds. So Osh is going to be even closer than that. Only 20 minutes into the first stint for these guys. Not sure who's going to be taking what shifts, but I will say they're making it a little bit easier for Osh to come from behind, at least get himself into the mix. Now 30 seconds separating Base Cannon and Jesus nearly, with a long ways to go. That'll be their big problem, is trying to cut back that lead along the way here. We did see Woohoo Man putting in quite a few laps in the practice session. Hopefully Woohoo's fit to defend the Burnout Racing lead. Woohoo's one of our real consistent racers, though, so once Woohoo gets a time, that is where he'll be. So definitely a great teammate to have in this type of a scenario. He'll be able to put up a consistent pace and hopefully bring him home based on our experience with him in real rookie racing. I know we spent a lot of time on the placeholder car, but it is important to watch this climb back. You can now actually start to see that little green livery of Techley Racing up front. Those flashes of red off in the distance, so that motivation is going to be there, and you can see it in the lap time now, 3/10 up after only a few turns. See if they can continue to find time as we move through here. Flying through, making it look easy, just gliding through Wakel. Now within the 4-second mark, now dropping back without the 4-second mark. Really just taking his time. It's going to be interesting to see where he comes through. Now, Josh Fulton, on the other hand, is within 2 seconds of Muchacho in front, so cut his distance in half. Definitely doing a good job of working his way through. Ooh, little touch over the grass there, but doesn't let it affect anything. Actually still has more acceleration than his personal best lap time a little earlier into the braking point. Gives him some more acceleration down into the cobbles. This is always a good spot to try and make up some time if you have a clean exit, which he does, but not as clean as Muchacho up front. I don't see. I stand corrected. It looks like he is slowly creeping closer and closer down this straightaway. So looking to give us some more action soon between these two racers. Oh, and that same wall keeps deciding the gap for him. May have actually been this turn previously, but this section is starting to eat at him a little bit. We'll give him some time, though, to regain the focus and get back on the hunt. Only a few seconds away, so I know he'll be back in no time. Ash, on the other hand, slowly creeping closer and closer to Jawa. Jawa's keeping those consistent laps. That's all he really needs to do. Ash has been pushing harder and harder, so definitely has a higher chance of making a mistake if they're not careful. For it to count as a driver swap, a driver has to leave the game and come back. So as long it can be the same driver, but you still have to leave and come back. You don't actually have to swap drivers, I guess, technically. Osh looking decent through Sand Plankin, starting to get closer and closer. A big exit here could be what he's looking for. They're going to top out around the same speed, I think. Osh around, actually, Osh looks like he's topping out around 259 to Jawa's 250. So wherever he's finding that extra speed is going to be huge for him. We are keeping our eye around the grid. These gaps are still growing elsewhere. But right now, this one's closing in. And Jawa actually not doing a bad job of slowly moving in towards Base in front. Base with a 352 on the previous lap. Jawa has a 6-second separation now. So Base looking to tighten things up here on lap number 7. Or lap number 8, rather. Man, Josh is really closing in here. It's going to be curious to see just how close he can get. Fulton, on the other hand, falling a little bit further back from Muchacho. Seems to slowly be starting the hunt towards Potato and Speed up front. Man, when there are no cars around, those Volvos really start to catch up just pure pace to these Radicals. He was a little over 40 seconds, and now he's back to the 39-second marker. Going into turn 1, looking at the deltas, referring to Speed Bump, of course, the current leader of the Volvo class. Do see Fulton still has a little over a sector separating himself and Jesus, the lead Radical. So I don't think we're going to see that lap traffic come into play just yet. Don't want to look away because anything could happen, including a little brush up with the grass like we just saw from Jawa. That's going to bring these guys into a fight at the start of a dangerous section to be anticipating defensive and offensive moves. So Osh looking for the opportunity there, getting closer and closer as we head into Kleiner. And he's making it look pretty easy as he stays right behind Jawa, gets almost within the drafting range here. I don't think he'll be able to make the move at the end of this mini straight of Sprungbet, but only one way to find out. As they both head into Teffel Square, oh man, he got drafted in. The rear bumper of Jawa basically pulled Osh all the way in on that final turn we just witnessed. The most recent turn we just witnessed. This is another tight corner here, and Josh takes it a little bit quicker. Techly Racing is in trouble. Placeholder's going to have to think about where they want to make their move, if they want to make one. staying within a drafting chance, though. They might just wait until the final straightaway. They do have Base Cannon only 7 seconds away based on their current time. They can close that gap if they keep up the pressure. So going to get a little side-by-side action into the final straight. Going to be interesting, but I think Osh is going to get the bigger run-up. So he is slowly going to creep by, but these guys, again, have similar top speeds. Jawa not quite able to make the same use of the car as Osh in front, but now he finds himself in the draft. So he's going to get an opportunity to pull right back ahead at some point. A little bit of side draft action here as these guys stay neck and neck. There's only one breaking point they need to be concerned about. As long as they can fit single file through here, which they do. So down the final straight, who's got the pace to do it? It looks like Jawa's trying to get pulled along as quick as he can. Ooh, but a little bit quicker than he was used to for turn one. I think we've got a driver swap happening currently between Base Cannon and Thorn Maddox. Only 30 minutes into the session, so getting one out of the way early. And Thorn Maddox loaded in and then immediately disconnected from the server. Not positive as to why. Just going to take a look, make sure we didn't have any issues. Nope, not seeing any. All right, so Thorn Maddox is doing their driver swap countdown. Looks like they've got about 65 seconds remaining till they can head out of the pits. Hopefully they are just staying there for now. They're looking pretty good. They're going to have to load up a setup and get back on the track. But that's going to be our first driver swap of the evening, and it's a successful one. But it does put them kind of in between all the radicals at the moment. They do still have 40 seconds, I think, until they have to come out, though. So on the other hand, that's not too terrible. Minute 20 seconds is a lot of time, but it allows for any netcode issues and stuff. Just make sure that they're not trying to peel back out. Lets them take their time and do whatever they need to. So Base Cannon is going to start out at the back of the pack as they try and make out of the pits. It's going to actually be close. They're within 10 seconds now for when they can leave. And they've got Jesus coming down the main straightaway. So Thorn is going to have to keep the pace up to make sure that they don't get left. Jesus has not done his long pit, so obviously that will come into play later as well. And we see Base Cannon or Thorn Maddox ready to go. So Thorn Maddox exits the pits and resumes the track as the first radical to complete the swap. Let's take a look over and see how they're making out. So this is going to be Thorn Maddox, not Base Cannon, heading down the Oberreifberg, the cobbles, as I've come to call them. Looking pretty decent through turn one. Going to have to start to loosen up the tires here, get used to what they have going on, a new setup, new track. This is the tough part of being one of the second drivers on, is you haven't really gotten to test it yet. Now these guys, a lot of them will be able to look at the track temps and the wind speed and stuff and test offline while their partner is driving their stint. So a little bit of practice from them, but not much. We're going to let Thorn start to warm up, or continue to warm up there, as we switch over to Osh Fulton at Techley Racing. Finds himself in a little bit of a no man's land. Not too far from Muchacho, but just out of sight at the moment, which does mean, unfortunately, out of mine. So Fulton racing themselves a little. They are going to eventually feel the heat of Base Cannon behind. And it looks like we do need to add a lap to Base Cannon's time there. All right, well, that will keep it nice and easy. Back to the action there. We've got Fulton going through Stockborn with some pressure behind as Base Cannon slowly moving up, or sorry, Thorn slowly moving up in the Radical. There's kind of a nice little gap between them and Jesus. No one's really got a direct counterpart at the moment, but we'll notice. I said during debrief, but basically we're gonna fix everything in post. So although the live timings and stuff may be a little messy right now, we know who's done what laps and everything. I'm keeping track of it there. And look, you know what? Even so, the man feels good. Look. I'll +1 lap Thorned Bass. Just for you. Now, the place where you are in the track, that is real. So take that into consideration and keep it moving. You're doing a good job. But you never know where these other guys are going to be. We've been watching Techly for a little bit. We'll sneak on over to the Vermin Exterminators, still trying to creep closer to Potato and Speed Bump ahead. We do have Bojosin going next in their session. As they swing on through Walesburg. I'm still holding out hope that we see the Chris C and the Christian C brothers come back in, as they definitely had a good spirits, good livery, and we love seeing those guys race together. But Muchacho looks like finding a little bit of time here through Sector 2, or at least the beginning turns of it. We'll see if they can keep this pace up and at least start to catch up to Potato ahead. Long race left to go here. We're not even an hour in, just starting to approach the 40-minute marker. So we'll see kind of what these guys can do. Let's take a look over at the Castrol car of Potato. And Potato is looking pretty good there. He's slow 2 seconds off of his personal best, so I'm not sure where he's losing the time, or if he's shifted to just trying to get consistent laps and conserve a little bit of fuel for different pit strategies. It's always hard to tell at this stage in the game. Heading through Stockborn, though. The Castrol livery was part of a little pack that they had found, so I'm not sure if D. Ryan is one of their racers, or I think it might just be from the pack. But either way, shout out D. Ryan. Heading on through Sandplank, 3 hours, 21 minutes remaining. 19 seconds separating Speed Bump and Speed Bump and Potato. And the Vermin Exterminators find themselves much farther than that. We are going to start to see some driver swaps probably shortly after the 1 hour mark, I would imagine. So these guys are definitely starting to put in their hot laps, so to speak, see what kind of pace they can find in the final few minutes of their stints. Just taking a peek to see. Just addressing a little bit of Discord side stuff, but anyway, it's all written down just for him. Taking a look here, looks like Josh Fulton has gone into the pits. That's going to be relatively early pit stop for the Volvos, I think. I don't think I've seen anyone else going in for one yet. So 40 minutes. I'm not sure if that is because of the tank or fuel or what. Oh, and disconnects. So that's actually going to be a driver swap. So Josh Fulton has reconnected now. So first driver swap for the Volvos. Fulton getting it out of the way. Fulton is actually one of the few drivers going solo, so that kind of makes it a little easier. You can just do those 2 long stops as your first regular stops, and then you're on the hunt for the remainder of the track. It'll be a little disheartening at first as you see everybody up in front of you, but you know, once you've gone through yours and they haven't gone through any of theirs and they start, it's going to really feel like you're making jumps on your time. So not a terrible strategy there. Looks like Osh may have had a little bit of a spin of sorts or some sort of issue as he finds himself 6.7 seconds away from Jawa up front in Techley Racing. So these guys going back and forth pretty good. Still a full minute away from Jesus in the number 1 Radical representing Burnout Racing. Those guys are flying right now, so huge gap on the track. See if they are able to hang on to it. Speaking of seeing, I've got a 3:43, I think, as the that'll probably be the best lap for the vehicle, but 4:03 is Thorn Maddox's current lap time, or most recent one at least. We'll see how Osh does coming down the line, putting up a 3:43.7. So depending on how Thorn does, Osh is starting to catch up and put a dent into that gap to base as well. I think Jawa might already be within that striking range. I'm not quite clear exactly where. Jesus is quite up there on pace. He is a full second up, genuinely on the Radicals. Sorry, a full minute up on the second place Radical. Right now, we have Jesus, Jawa, Josh, and Base Cannon are the Radicals. Base Cannon has done their driver swap. And then we've got Speed Bump, Potato, Muchacho, and Josh Fulton in the Volvos. So Josh obviously also having done his driver swap. And it looks like there's like a little lap thing going on there. I think it did not give Josh their lap as well. So right now we're doing +1 lap Josh. Yes, Jesus is doing quite well. But again, there are driver swaps and everything. So I actually have no idea what Woohoo's times are. So that could be them finishing 10 minutes ahead of everybody or a battle in the final few minutes of the race, depending on what we see. Speaking of what we see, though, Osh is consistently moving up a little bit on Jawa there, slowly chipping away. I think now within a second compared to when we first jumped in with these guys. Did have a 4-second faster lap previously. So hopefully he can find that pace again here as we head into the final turns of Sector 2. Just dying a little bit, don't mind me. Shout out Mo Powers, he bailed. Through Tuffle Squad TA, he's definitely found a little bit of pace here now within another second. of Jawa. Sounds like Potato went in for a pit stop, possibly just a standard one, nothing too crazy. Looking to see if Speed Bump's going to go in for theirs anytime soon. Looks like Muchacho has not pit and is a full 58 seconds away from Speed Bump currently. So the Vermin Exterminators are on the back foot, have to catch up to the Vermin in front, and have a large gap between them as they try to do so. Going to take a look at something here. See if I can. Looks like they are all. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to set that up, so that's okay. We'll keep it the way it is for now. It's position based. So, but either way, Osh is short or just behind Jawa here in the Radical. I was trying to take a look at the class base so we can kind of separate out the standings a bit and see where all the cars are in relation to each other. But it seems Jesus is coming up on Potato in the Volvo, so we'll have our first little action going there. Ooh, and a spin out by Jawa. That's going to be costly. So not only is Osh going to get ahead, but this is going to be Osh's, I think, first big lead on the man behind. And now he takes over the gap to Jesus up front with 1 minute and 4 seconds separating them now. Let's take a look back over at Jawa. Does seem to be back on pace at least. And we'll take a look up with Jesus in the meantime as well. I see Potato and Muchacho seem to have switched positions. And Muchacho has not gone in for a pit yet, so I think that's going to be a little bit of a collision there. So Muchacho's got a long ways to catch up at this point with the Vermin Exterminators, but a lot of time to do so. Plenty of strategy differences to take into consideration, and you never know what'll happen. Now, here's going to be an interesting moment as both racers able to make it through pretty cleanly. That was nicely done by Jesus and Muchacho as they're able to exchange places. The lead car moving through with ease and looking for their next victim in Potato up front. Speed Bump pulls out from the server. Looks like Grumpy Print will be going in. So that will be our another driver swap going on. Everything looking pretty good. Now, I wonder if everybody's going to end up down a lap once they've done their long pit stops. Potato hasn't done the driver swap yet. Muchacho sends a message to Grumpy Print as they join in to say hello. They are on the long straightaway, so you got a lot of time to send messages and do whatever you need to. And they do still have quite a bit of time before they're able to head back out onto the track. You can see Grumpy Print waiting patiently for their turn. Man, the way that these things power through that straightaway. You wish you could be topped out a little bit higher, but that is all they have. All the juice, all the beans, all the marbles. As Jesus finds himself even closer to Potato up front. Potato now the only Volvo not to initiate a swap of sorts, as Jesus will find himself back in open air and back to standard racing. Now, again, two different types of cars. These guys are going to have different strategies as far as what they can and can't do, or when they're going to pit and things like that. They're going to be taking that into consideration as they come up with their various strategies. I don't see anybody else getting bit by the lap bug just yet, but we'll see what happens once Grumpy Print heads out. Looks like Grumpy Print is good to head out as the check goes, and yep, they do end up down a lap as well. I'm just keeping it all. But I think it looks like everybody who does the driver swap is going to have the same issue, so that makes things a little bit easier, as they all have to do the driver swap. I think the final... Here, let's see. We'll switch over to Josh Fulton in P8 as he'll get me the information I'm looking for, but my belief is the final straightaway. The start-finish line is after all of the pit boxes. So everybody will end up shy of the same amount of laps. Yes, that is correct. Start-finish line is all the way at the end. So everybody's going to have the same issue, so to speak. Come on, you can do it. You can save it. Oh, not to let the broadcaster's bias trickle in there, but I was really hoping for a beautiful save from Fulton of Techley Racing. But plenty of time left to go. You're going to start to see all these other drivers switch around in the standings. As you can see now, Josh 7 minutes away from speed bump in front. That seems like a delta that hasn't been adjusted just yet. Trying to take a look. Yeah, I'm showing only 45 seconds separating those two racers. I think our deltas are getting a little bit messed up as the racers all even each other out. And you can see everything kind of jumping around in the delta. So we'll give it a couple laps here to see if anything fixes itself. I'm not sure if that's something that I can just restart. But anyways, we got Osh in P2. This gap I know to be true. 1 minute and 4 seconds away from Cheeses up front in the Burnout Motorsports. So placeholder racing trying to catch them down. 14 seconds separating Osh and Jawa still as we creep closer and closer to the 3-hour marker. We do not have we've only had one of our teams do a driver swap for the Radicals. So going for a drastically different strategy by comparison. Now, we've seen before sometimes that teams will have one driver start and finish a race with other drivers in between. It could be possible that's the strategy they are adopting. Osh finds himself looking all the way down the line at, I believe, Thorn Maddox. So might have an opportunity to lap this car. Now, they do still need to do their driver swap, so that will change things a little bit as well. But if he can catch up to Maddox before initiating the swap, that's going to be a huge change. As I believe the swap time of 2 minutes is definitely not sufficient to make up the differences that we're seeing there. Thorn Maddox, it seems, with a 3:58 on that most recent lap, as opposed to Osh's 3:42. Definitely cutting into the lead of that base cannon had started to cushion up there. And practically on the gas for the entirety of that section. That is one loud engine noise. Let's tune away for a moment here. We'll look over at Muchacho Racing, trying to catch up to Josh Fulton in front. I believe both teams have done their driver swap. Looking now. Seems so. And we're got a little message. See what we got going on here. Give me just a moment. Sorry. Just clearing a couple things up. So Josh Fulton did leave and come back because he is a solo racer, so he has to trigger the driver swap. So that was why he left and came back earlier. We've got Grumpy Print of the Vermin Exterminators trying to start cutting into the leads here. It seems like all the deltas have actually finally leveled out a little bit. Only took a lap or two to get everyone back on the radar. So that is true to form. Potato still not having done a driver swap, only a not having done a driver swap, but only doing a pit, like a normal pit. Will have an opportunity to stay in front on the leaderboard for some time, but does still need to keep the pace and keep ahead of these guys who've already finished one of the two mandated driver swaps. So Muchacho looking to make the most of his opportunities here. Jawa seems to have crept up a little bit on Osh, now finds himself within 10 seconds as opposed to, I think it was 13-14 when we looked a moment ago. And Jawa definitely still pushing hard. 3 seconds off of their best time, so probably an incident with a brawl or two in Sector 1, but staying true to form now in the back half where it matters. This is where a lot of the speed is, so you definitely don't want to have any instances here. It's going to be imperative you get a clean exit. And quick on the gas with nobody to draft with, but that is going to make sure that he's got some good acceleration. You can see way in the distance just a tiny little dot that is Josh, but he is there. So that is how the fight begins. Taking a look around the grid, I think Jesus may be near somebody. Nope, he is out in no man's land, as I'm sure he's well used to at this point in the race. Almost at the end of the first hour, 3 hours and 3 minutes in, finds himself a full minute and 15 seconds ahead of the next closest racer. So that's going to be tricky. Jawa pulling into pits now, I believe probably going to do their first long driver swap. So we'll see where they fall in relation to Thorn Maddox in just a moment. Yep, Jawa goes disconnecting to trigger the long stop. So we'll see in just a minute. Ooh, getting a little bit of lag spike as Jawa reconnects. I don't know if that was server side or if everybody experienced the same thing there. But they do manage to connect before chaos hits. And I don't see anybody really having suffered looking at the differences in lap times and gaps to the men up front. Jesus, whipping around is going to be able to pass Jawa, it looks like, before the timer runs out. Jawa has 62 seconds before he can complete this one. Jesus currently... Ooh, it's going to be close, actually. I think Jawa might find himself just in front of Jesus, but that's going to be a lot of pressure with the lead car in danger of lapping you right off the bat from, or right off your entrance from a driver swap. Take a look now. Jawa waiting as the grid slowly passes by. You can see the broadcaster chair behind him as Bo Josen of the Vermin Exterminators gets moving past. He's actually put a little chunk in that gap between him and Josh Fulton up front. And speaking of gaps, there is not a lot of cars involved in the action at this stage. So Jawa looking pretty good. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll see him head out here. There you go. So he did have another extra second or two from what we originally thought. Cheese is going to have significantly more speed. We'll see if we see him entering the straights here in just a moment. Ooh, we do not. Jesus is pulling into the pit, so that's going to be their first driver swap right at the 3-hour mark. So I'm not sure if that was planned, but regardless, that is very impressive. Jawa does seem to have stayed ahead of Base Cannon for the time being. Base Cannon and Thorn, that is. Thorn losing a little bit of time to these guys, but can definitely still make something happen. Looks like I don't think Jawa lost a lap, did they? Not sure. Gonna have to be still keeping an eye on that as we see Woohoo Man join in for Burnout Racing. And I don't think Osh is coming for his pit either, but Osh looks like is going to think about it. Is he going to go down the straight one more time? How long is this he going to take? He's going to go for it. He's going to take one more stint or at least one more lap out in front. This is going to be some nice clean air and with his name at the top of the board. This is good for morale at the very least, so we'll see if he makes the most of it. He's got some strong pace heading down the cobbles into the sharpest turn on the grid, but does a magnificent job powering through there. Again, all the deltas stay a little bit shooken up until people pass by. And we still have 3 hours of racing remaining, so anything could still happen at this stage. Osh doing a great job here of powering through. A little bit off of his deltas, currently 2/10 away. So he's got to find a little bit more pace. He can't afford any slip-ups. We do have new drivers on the grid, but he's got to make the most of his stint before turning it over to his teammate's hand. Currently, he is 1 minute ahead of Jesus. If he wants to make the most of his stop, he's got to get as close to a 2-minute gap between them as he can before coming to a stop. Looks like Jesus did complete their driver swap and heads back out. We will see momentarily what happens with Potato. Carrying the pace through Sprungbrett there. Take a little peek around the grid here. Everyone's kind of separated, so we got some time to go checking in. So placeholder racing looking pretty good. Potato on the leaderboard showing as second, but again has not done their stop yet. So that is going to be tricky for them to gauge exactly where they are. And currently 1.3 seconds off their own pace. Speed bump in P6 is a little further behind, but I think still within 2 minutes, so, or at least close enough. Potato will definitely have to figure something out to help fix that gap. We are still waiting for some of these cars to cross the line so we can get the deltas adjusted. That is not the true to form gaps at the moment. Do have Osh is 1 lap ahead of Potato, who is in line with Woohoo Man's team. Jawa 1 minute away from them, and Thorn Maddox seems to be a lap down from that. Which we will check in on. That one I'm not 100% positive on. See whether or not it tracked properly. Ooh. Potato has a little brush up with the corner there. Just some curb action, nothing too crazy as they head into Salzgrund. I'm very curious to see when the driver swaps are going to come into play for some of these teams, as it doesn't seem like anyone wants to make the first move just yet. We are starting to see those deltas changing up a little bit, but not a ton, as it's still showing some interesting numbers. Not sure how many more laps will need to get completed before that gets fixed, but Speed Bump seems to be catching up to Thorn Maddox in front. Speed, now that you have the chair, you should go on the track and find out what the engine noise is. It's amazing, and find out which way it drives. It's beautiful. It's like a hypercar, though, so make sure you pick a long track. And speaking of speed and Grumpy Print, the Vermin Supreme vehicle swinging down the final straightaway here. Now within only 10 seconds of Thorn Maddox up front, so I do think that lap down might be accurate, unfortunately. Or sorry, that 2 minutes down might be accurate, as they don't seem to be catching all the way up. The live timing site does seem to be far more accurate than our current standings are showing in the top left there. Sometimes the driver swap messes with the sub standings. Not always positive as to why. Oh, and there you go. Finally snapped back into the correct gappings there. So Potato nearly a full lap away from Osh, Jesus, and Woohoo 2 minutes behind that. And Jawa is going to be trying to hunt down that fight with Base Cannon and Thorn slowly falling off the pace, but nothing that they can't fix. It's important to remember Potato and Osh have not done their long swaps yet, so that will be something that changes the standings once those go through. Just double checking a couple things here. No reports going through or anything yet, so it means we've had some nice clean racing so far. Catching little glimpses along the track of some of those funny sponsors, as we'll call them. Parody sponsors, that was the word. That Jazz definitely put some time into making for us. You can see little bits of gravel along the track where these guys have been fighting and pushing the dirt out. Oh, and I'm sure right there we'll have a little bit more. As in the blacked out windows, this thing does look pretty mean coming down the grid. I will say those green and red liveries I do think fit in real nice. Although this one looks like something that I would personally drive. Heading under the Energol Bridge. Definitely making up some time here. Grumpy Print is not doing a bad job of keeping up with the pace that was left to him. We'll see. I'm very curious to see if we can get a pass here. That Thorn Maddox is trying to get away desperately, but Grumpy is not giving up. Speaking of not giving up, neither is Bo Josen in the number 3 Volvo for the Vermin Exterminators. Trying to work their way up to Josh Fulton ahead. Josh not terribly far ahead, so these guys are definitely still battling it out. He's a second and a half off his pace this lap, so he's going to have to find a little bit more time in Sector 2 and 3. But this is a battle of consistency. We're not even halfway through it, so it'll be very interesting to see where this all comes down. For those of you who are checking in from elsewhere, non-Real Rookie Racing, we do run season events. We've got MX5 season, GT3 seasons right now, and our World Tour Saturday events. So a lot of these guys have been racing pretty competitively for the last, well, the season just begun again, so 2 weeks, but we're in season 5, and some of them have been here since season 0. So a lot of them do get to know each other pretty well. Even the ones who don't have raced alongside each other in various events. So it's always nice keeping this community together. Definitely welcome to check it out. We have an open MX5 event to dip your toes in the water tomorrow. And then we get back to the season action the following week. Nice little off week after a 4-hour event. Still holding out hope that we see the Chris C and Christian C get back on, just merely because we do like to see the Meow Motors livery in all its glory. It's a decent effort put into it. Feel that it should be showcased. It's funny, the closest battle we have on the grid right now seems to belong to a Volvo trying to chase down a Radical, but we now tune into a Radical trying to chase down a Volvo. The long straight's not going to be the place to do it, but we'll see what happens through Sector 2 as Jawa is going to come through with some force, or after Sectors 1 and 2. Both are not bad spots. Heading under the Bosch bridge, making it look easy. Jawa finds a ton of time on this most recent lap. Holy cow, that's going to be a new personal best for the race, or at least for the second stint, a 3:46.9. Not a race best, still has to drop a second, but probably pretty loaded up on fuel, so I don't think we're going to see that till another 40 minutes from now, if I had to guess. A late break there into the Cowell turn of Oberpfeffer. I think I nailed that. But still moving up slowly to Muchacho and Grump or Bo Josen and the Vermin Exterminators. Just keeping an eye on the dogs. Yeah, see, there's just something about this color scheme. Just kind of seems to make sense for these like German countryside roads. I'm not sure what it is about it. It just fits. Fits well. We are seeing some green sectors still going up. The one from Jawa here in his previous lap, Sector 1. And then we also saw one from Bo Josen. Oop, and we've got a driver swap from the lead car. So Oshk pulls into pits. It's going to be Patchy taking the second stint. That'll be a Project Purple finishing it off for them. Patchy's got a little bit of time, so 40 seconds until he can get back on the track. We'll see where that puts them in relation to Woohoo Man, currently racing for Burnout Motorsports. Woohoo's most recent lap of 4:04, but no reason they can't put that pace right back up. Jawa's closing in on Woohoo, actually slowly, only 30 seconds away right now. So doing a good job of keeping up the consistency. So there's some pros and cons to having a teammate versus being solo there. You know, when you're solo and you've practiced a lot, your consistency means the pace is the pace. You know what you're capable of, you know kind of what to expect at every step along the way. And you know there's no turning the car over and stuff. And when you have teammates, you might have a faster teammate who helps you in their stint, or who at least gets you into a decent spot. Wow, what a beautiful avoidance there from Jawa. Just threads the needle and doesn't cost too much time. Actually gains a little bit of time doing so. So excellent move there. But the cons go both ways, right? Like if you have a teammate and your teammate's a little slower, obviously that can get frustrating if you have a lead. But if you're racing solo and it's a longer event, you're going to get fatigued and it's going to be harder to stay consistent, especially in a race like this where it's a long trap and these cars get very, very separated with only 8 of them on the grid. So you find yourself kind of lapping in no man's land a bit until you have a moment like that where you barely even saw the car in front of you and next thing you know, you got to fly by it at 100-something kilometers an hour. So just something that's interesting to keep eyes on. Looks like Patchy was able to exit the pitch a while ago, it seems. No, Potato will be in the lead there as Patchy exits for Osh in P3 currently, with the Radical of Josh Fulton behind. So this is going to be much closer to our current standings. So I'm taking a look at the board here. Looks like Woohoo Man and Patchy are the big battles. Patchy trying to catch Woohoo up front and open up the chance for the win. Definitely Osh did a great job of carving through that lead a little bit, as that is a true gap you see between them. Jesus was lapping with quite some force, but not enough to get themselves a full lap ahead. So this should even everything out. I stopped writing down the laps because it seems everybody's getting the same fate here. They're getting kicked down a notch. So I will live with that. So Potato still out in no man's land, going again for an alternative strategy compared to everybody else. What's up, Botlando? We did hear Techly Sim Team was talking about Papaya rules if they saw each other along the way. Let's use this as a moment to check in and see where that would happen. So we've got Josh Fulton there. Ooh, and Jawa there. So Papaya rules could be coming up pretty quickly here. Would not be surprised. Jawa is closing in on Techly in front, and it is going to be a lapping opportunity. Now, Josh had some bold claims. He said if he saw his teammate running down the grid, he was going to take him out. Jawa is in one hell of a battle, currently finding themselves only 17 seconds off the battle for P1. I don't know if he'll stay true to those words at this stage in the game, but only one way to really find out. Still no word from Mo Powers. This would mark 2 endurance events that the racer or broadcaster has slept through. Little stat bar for you. Jawa ripping through some sweet. Ooh, almost a little bit of contact with the wall there, but manages to keep it clean and move on. I'm going to take a look now at Speed Bump for just a moment, or rather Grumpy Print. Grumpy is not too far away from that Radical up front of Thorn and Maddox, closing now to within 6 seconds. You can see it there just barely making its turn at the end of the straight. Might be hard on the broadcast, but that is not far away at all. Cobbles should be the Radical section to gain a little bit of distance. But the way that Speed Bump is taking it currently, it's not gaining him much time at all. Or rather, gaining Thorn much time at all. Is Grumpy able to cut down another 10th through the cobbles. So definitely going to have a race between these two at some point, getting closer and closer. But speaking of closer and closer, we can't ignore the fact that Patchy has made a significant move in the ways of Jesus up front. It is funny that we've got Potato so far ahead of the grid there, because they will have to do a stop in order to make something happen. Not sure if that lag spike affected the racers, but definitely had one there. That Patchy handles with ease. Now within 6 seconds of Woohoo up front and really trying to make it happen. So Osh creeping closer and closer there. One thing I can't ignore, though, is the other Josh on the grid, Fulton, representing Techley Racing, has found himself within striking distance of Bo Josen up in front. Not sure if Bo had a little bit of an issue or not. Actually, now that I think about it, that means Bo was able to pass Josh Fulton. So this might not be the opportunity that I thought it was. This might be the tail end of Bo's opportunity to pass Josh and work his way into the battle for top 3. Oh, did we have a spin? We did. Woohoo Man finds himself off the grid, a little bit beached, is now going to get lose a significant amount of time. Is he going to lose another position here? We've got Jawa coming up the rear. He's going to have pace and clean tires. Woohoo is going to have to get on the gas here. That's a huge drawback for him. But it looks like he manages to keep a little bit of a gap between himself and Jawa. That is going to give the placeholder race team the position up front in the battle for P1 with 15 seconds to spare. Seems the Radical got beached on that corner just a little bit. I didn't see any contact listed between the two vehicles, so might have just been an awkward line or a little brush up with the wall, but that's all it takes sometimes. Do you see Jawa now creeping within 3 seconds towards Woohoo Man in front? And Jawa is indeed a man on a mission. I know he is desperate to catch up to Ash ahead. Oh, and another spin there. That is dangerous. So, unfortunately, that's going to cost a significant chunk of time for Woohoo. Still in a podium spot. Still has quite a ways to go before Base and Thorn are able to move up. But puts them into a different type of a battle now. It puts the placeholder race team in a bit more of a defensive position, 16 seconds separating them and Techley, and then a good gap here before we get to Burnout and Thorned Bass for cash. So although a seemingly minor spin in the grand scheme of things, with only being an hour and a half into this 4-hour event, that is enough to really shake things up for the overall picture. We'll take a look up front with Potato, who is still trying to get a sense of where they're at, as they've got plenty of time until they're going to need to do their driver swap, or at least one of the two. You can see the sun now getting closer and closer to that midday streak. Are eventually going to end up with a sunset on them. Potato did a normal pit stop, but has not yet done a long driver swap. So they are still going to have to pull into the pits, and that will show their proper lap. So they're technically going to end up being a lap back from where they currently are, if that makes sense. Because everybody loses a lap on the driver swap, it seems, because that start-finish line is all the way at the other end of the pit straight. So we are all on the same boat. Josh Fulton pulls into the pits, it seems. Are we going to see driver swap number 2? Get them both out of the way before we're even halfway through the race? We do. So Josh Fulton electing to get both driver swaps done and out of the way so he can just focus on racing with the final 2.5 hours. I kind of like that strategy if you're racing solo. Just get it over with, get it out the way. Now, these radicals seem to be able to stay out for about an hour without having to pit. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that from Jawa about 40 minutes from now. So he's got plenty of time to make that happen. There's something funny about the way that all these cars top out down this straightaway. Everything starts to look a little bit similar. Ooh, and this could be the moment we were thinking of here. Slamming on the brakes to get to speed. Goes past the broadcast car all the way to the first pit box. And let's see, do they disconnect? They do. So this is going to be a driver swap there. For those of you wondering what Speed Bump is talking about, this is the broadcast car today. I just wanted to make sure I had full open visibility. Didn't want anything getting in the way. As we have 0 to Hero slowly jump back in. Let's take a look back at Jawa trying to catch up to placeholder racing in front. 11 seconds separating them now, so he is starting to creep into that lead. Patchy looking to have some strong laps here if he can. I think a difference of 3 seconds in Sector 1 this time around, so it sounds like Patchy had a little run-in with the wall. Nothing that he can't avoid moving forward. We are going to finally start to see the true gap here between Potato and the rest of the Volvos as Zero to Hero has joined the heroic part of the heroic Potatoes. And we'll see what he can do with his time on the grid. Jawa looking pretty good through Stockborn there. I feel like we've been showing a lot of Techly love today, but these guys are the ones who've been pushing their competition wherever they can. Don't see Potato leaving just yet, so Speed Bump, I think, is going to be able to make it by. There's still 20 seconds left on the timer. So it looks like Speed Bump and Grumpy Print were able to actually keep up that gap a little bit. They still have 15 seconds remaining, so that gap is going up and up. I know that's going to frustrate these guys in P2. But it does actually show them where they are in relation to the grid. Josh Fulton now exiting in the Volvo, so he will at least avoid being lapped by the heroic Potatoes if he can make it out the straight before they do. We are actually here at the straight with them, and we see Zero to Hero exiting with a radical of Jawa coming down the way. Jawa's going to come down with quite a lot of speed. This is going to be interesting for the Volvo. He stays to the left and gets out of the way. It was a late decision, but it seemed like they were on the same page about which way they were going to go. As Jawa comes flying by. Now, again, those deltas will take a full lap to adjust, so you're not going to see exactly where Potato is as far as the delta goes, but you can see as far as positioning goes. So Jawa is a comfortable P2, 30 seconds separating him and Jesus, or Woohoo Man rather, right now. And then Thorn Maddox almost a full lap behind, but able to cut in front of that lap distance for the time being. Grumpy Print not able to catch up just yet. I see Thorn Maddox here actually getting passed by Bo Josen. So that's going to be the number 7 car. So a little bit of pressure now to start getting back on the pace. See if we can catch back up to the personal best. I see a 4:07.433 as the previous best lap time on this stint. Ooh, and a little wiggle there. Will cost some precious acceleration. We are trying to bounce back and forth so we can see everything going on, but the closest battle, per usual, stays within these Techly boys. I don't know what's in the water, but they find themselves in the midst of the action, whether or not they intend to. Do you see Josh Fulton in P8? Probably. I think that's him only just in front. So still has not gotten passed by his fellow Techly racer. He does have a radical bearing down on him of Osh, so we'll see if traffic comes into play here. We could see some collusion as he's got his teammate looking for an opportunity behind him. But he stays in his own lane. Ooh, and he gets a little close there for a second as he tries to stay in one lane and give the radicals the outside. Osh does end up pulling a little bit closer, or rather Patchy does. And now it's going to be between the teammates to figure it out. So Jawa going to look for his chance on Techly. These guys, I think, are in voice chat together, though, so they'll have the opportunity to communicate how they want to make that switch. And they do it much smoother. Jawa still finds himself 3 seconds away from the placeholder racing in front. This entrance onto the straight is going to be crucial now. Did he make the most of the traffic opportunity? It looks like he has, as he's slowly creeping for closer and closer on the Delta. Only a tenth at a time, as these guys, again, have very similar top speeds, but that's going to be good for racing. Let's take a look back at Potato. He's not as far as you would think from Speed Bump and P5 up front. Speed Bump just now crossing the line, so that is a 40-second gap, but a lot of time to make up for it. 0 to hero currently behind the wheel for these guys. So we'll see what they put up. I don't think this is going to be a hot lap. I think this is the out lap for 0, as I don't see a time on the board just yet. Unless it's that 356, but I think this is the out lap. Let's find out here. Ooh, as we run a little bit wide and put up a 540, so that is definitely going to be the out lap there. Let's take a peek on over throughout the grid, see where some of the action is. I see P1 and 2 are neck and neck at the moment. These guys really looking for a way to catch up to each other, or rather Jawa looking for a way to catch up and initiate the fight. We're getting closer and closer to where we might have some pit strategy changes, though, so we'll see what Jawa ends up doing. They have done the same amount of pits and swaps, so very even racing at the moment. I will say between the two of them, they did seem to pit, or actually Jawa pit 4 laps earlier by comparison to Patchy up front, so that's actually a full 15-minute difference in pit strategies. Certainly going to have an effect somewhere along the way. So we'll see who comes out on top as far as did the undercut pay off. Within a second now, this is where the battle's going to start to, or the action's going to start to play out. Patchy, ooh, looking for it. Jawa has to pull off a little bit because he doesn't have the pace to get by. And we'll restart that attacking opportunity. These are very tight corners for these moves. But everybody seems to be making the most of it. Trying to keep our eye here on the big fight. Looking around the grid, though, there is other action, plenty still to come. As we head through the Energel Bridge. Now, Patchy is not going to give up a position easy here. He is definitely one of our seasoned racers at this point. He's come a long way and knows how to defend without being obnoxious. So I look forward to seeing some interesting moves here as long as they can make it through these first couple sectors together. Jawa, though, does seem to have a little bit of a better run heading into the Stockborn right-hander. Both racers lightly touching up on the dirt. Jawa letting him know that he's going for it. Let's be careful as far as the flashing of the lights go. You don't want to distract the racer in front before a breaking point, as it could end poorly for yourself as well. Jawa letting him know he's trying it. And try it he does. He has to go heavy on the brakes, but is able to get moving. Is Patchy going to be able to get that acceleration going? Not quite. So finds himself just behind Jawa. These guys are the battle for P1 at the moment. And we do see Josh slowly, or rather Patchy slowly creeping up a little tenth at a time. These cars are very aerodynamic, so I mean he's going to be getting a touch of the drafting opportunity here. Big difference in top speed, it seems, between the way these guys have set up the cars, so that's definitely coming into Patchy's favor right now. Oh, this could be dangerous. Patchy getting closer and closer in a rough spot. You're going to have to pull off just a little bit as you see the flame kicking out from the exhaust as we reach those top rev limiters. Heading into the Commel. That is exactly why Max says no talking during braking. I've seen it before on the broadcast there. where someone flashes right before a braking point, even just to let a lap car know that they're coming through, and that lap car ends up spinning both of them out. So it's not so much, I mean, it is about the car in front of you, but it's more self-preservation than anything else. Speaking of self-preservation, Patchy doing a good job of it, sticking within 2 seconds. Looks like we've got Bo Josen heading into the pits currently. Ooh, and a little spin from Jawa gives Patchy the opportunity to get the spot back for placeholder racing, and that he does. Jawa finds himself on the back foot, but made it look easy last time. Is he going to be able to do it again? Certainly not going to try and flash his way through just yet. Ooh, and going to be a tricky spot. Jawa knows it. He sees it coming early on the brakes to make sure that both cars have enough space to go through. And I think he likes his exit through Rotes a little bit better. And he's going to rely on that to try and get a switchback going. Ooh, not enough space as Patchy using up a large portion of the track. These two racers now pulling in side by side. Jawa going to have the upper hand. Patchy is going to have to make a move late if he wants to. But not fully able to. So going through Kleiner. Patchy and Placeholder Racing still finding themselves a little bit behind Techley Crew, but not too far. Grumpy Print, on the other hand, finds himself right behind Thorn Maddox and Venus Coach Racing. This could be the first instance we have of a Volvo getting past the Radicals. Does that sound behind what I think it is? I think that's going to be our leaders. It is. So we actually have our leaders catching up right as this Volvo's got an opportunity to make a move on Base Cannon in front, Thorn Maddox. We could have quite the display here in a moment. Let's head to the back of this pack. Patchy's going to be the one watching on. Jawa's letting Speed know that they are going through. That's not the same as that Radical up front. Got to be a little bit more careful. And here comes Patchy to let him know the same thing. And comes flying right by. Looks like Grumpy Print actually pulls back a little bit to let these Radicals go. Little sideways action from Jawa there. Flashes to let him know that he is there and going to go for the lap. Uses the draft to his advantage just slightly. We'll see if Osh is able to do the same thing. Is that the Volvo behind? It is the Volvo behind, I think, with the same idea. Now, not sure where we seem to be topping out on that side of things. Ooh. Oh, okay. I thought we had a little bit of a cripple there, but it actually seemed like 0 to hero. Just had a little bit of contact there, but it was more just a break before the final turn, as scheduled. Grumpy Print looking for a chance past those Radicals and is going to decide it's not worth it here. Slamming on the brakes as they head into the pits. And we'll see what type of pit awaits us. Is that going to be the end of a lap or just a fuel and go? Might just be a gas and go as we see. Yep, I think it is going to be. So Potato has done one of their gas and goes and a driver swap. This is going to be the gas and go for Speed Bump and Vermin Racing on top of their driver swap as well. Looks like Fulton finds himself in danger of getting lapped by the Potato Squad here, the Heroic Potatoes. But not just yet. Ooh, a little bit close there, as these guys have very different braking points. You can tell not only in the difference in pace and the gap between them. Now, something to consider. At this moment, Speed Bump and Grumpy Print in the Vermin Supreme, they are 20 seconds back from the Castrol Race Crew. Now, the Castrol Race Crew not only have done a driver swap, but they have done one of their long pits. So on equal footing in theory, we find ourselves with a 20-second gap between them. Possibly fresh tires being the difference in the length of pit stop there. Certainly going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm not sure if Potato is looking for the chance to go past Josh or is just letting this one be in the hands of our Lord, but at the moment, really just letting everything go by smooth. We do see Patchy still within 5 seconds of Jawa in front, so those guys doing a good job of keeping competition close. Thorn and Woohoo have less separation than they did earlier, but still a little bit of a comfortable gap to Thorn, Maddox in P4 for now. Ooh, and a little bit of contact there from Josh. That's going to be the beginning. Base Cannon is currently rooting on his other driver. We've got Thorn Maddox in the car at the moment. Thorn struggling to keep up with the pace that Base set up front, but doing a good job of keeping it on the grid and keeping the car moving. They're not too far behind at the moment. But they are going to have to make something happen in the last 2 hours here as we hit 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. I need to grab a quick drink. We're going to turn her over to the auto broadcast for just a minute here. I will be back momentarily. Well, I heard it. It sounds like Woohoo Man had a little bit of a spin there right as I walked away. So we'll see where that shakes things up, as that'll bring him closer and closer to Base and Thorn Maddox behind. All right, I'm back here for the chaos. Looks like Thorn's team definitely getting closer and closer to at least the hunt for the podium spot. That's going to be pretty interesting to see where driver swaps go at that point. I'll stick with this camera for a little bit. I don't mind the angles, and we'll let the action come to us. We've got Grumpy Print right now in the Vermin Supreme as we switch over to Woohoo Man from Burnout Racing. So a rough start for Woohoo Man's stint, but it's a lot of racing left, a lot of time to find on the grid. You see he's already green through the first couple turns as we enter the cobbles. Switching over now to Fulton with Techley Racing. At this point in the race, these guys are starting to... Zero is keeping you guys going strong, that's for sure. At this point in the race, everyone's going to start to be thinking about just keeping their mentality going and keeping that keep pushing nature inside of them moving. Now, just so you know, Potato, Speed Bump, and Grumpy Print, they have done the same amount of pits as you guys, so that is equal footing there. You guys are sitting. Oh no! See a little wiggle there from Thorn as they continue to move. Not too much time lost there on their delta. But yeah, we look over at Grumpy Print there, and we'll see these guys are really racing along, slowly trying to catch up to Potato and the Heroic Potatoes in front, or sorry, Zero and the Heroic Potatoes up front. Representing a little Venus Motorsport there as well. So we've actually got 2 Venus Motorsport cars in. We've got 2 Techly Racing cars in, and then your various Real Rookie Racing around the grid, as you can see there. Making it look easy, though. I'm trying to see if we've got anybody bunched up at the moment. I don't see anybody too close together, although definitely Grumpy is starting to work his way towards Josh Fulton up front. Not a huge gap separating the 2 of them. And we'll try and get a few of these shots for all the racers so they can all see their cars in action. I know these shots are always kind of crowd favorites there. Just taking a look, making sure we are all good. Just filling in. So we did have some questions going on there. So just to fill people, how are you able to get that many laps with 60 liters? Switching here. Oh, looks like we may have started drone cam there. Yeah, there we go. All right. Anyway, so yeah, we did have earlier, Osh did teleport to pits and swing back out. So that is part of that gap would be, this is kind of where we'd have the battle happening between Jawa and Josh and all of them. In theory, I'm not sure how much time did end up being lost there. And it seems like we've got some use of hard tires, mediums, and softs throughout the grid. I think, yeah, we've got some lap times actually set with soft tires across the board on the Volvo side of things. So those guys are trying to drag them out as far as they can. 29-degree track temp, so it's not easy. That's definitely something that's impressive. Switch now over to placeholder racing. Oop, at one hell of a time as we broadcasters curse Patchy a bit. We seem to do that one to him a lot, so I don't want to spend too much time giving him a hassle, as we immediately cost him quite a bit of time with some broadcasters curse. Switch over to Woohoo Man, though, heading in to the cobbles. That's always a great one here, so we'll see a nice little view of that number 4 Radical swinging through the windy bits of cobble here with a nice clean exit out of the left-hander. Switch now over to Venus Motorsport Racing. Thornbass, no cash, looking good as they swing through Sprungbrett. Beautiful livery as you see the purple clouds go flying through. And it sounds powerful. Now we will get onto our Volvos. Ooh. Check in for a moment. See how bad that cost him. Not too bad. Thorn's been able to recover a lot of these little wall hits there, so very impressive. We also have Potato. Give me a second here. All right, I'm back here. Showing Bo Johnson is 11 seconds behind 0 here. Where do you see behind? Wait, showing. I don't see Bo Johnson as. Did I miss when it was showing that? On the live track map. I'm not seeing too many differences unless I'm going crazy here. Because it's. I'm trying to look to see, but that's showing 26 seconds. That's showing a lap. That's showing 2:25, 27, 18. Showing about a lap. About 2 laps. I think everything's up to date on both of these, but I'm not positive which one was allegedly messed up. When you guys in the stream, Bo Johnson is speed bump and 0 is potato. No, this is grumpy print. This is not speed. Bo Johnson is this one. So it's potato, grumpy, Bo Johnson. I hope that clears it up. So just to recap who's driving, we've got Jawa driving for Techley. We've got Patchy driving for placeholder. Woohoo Man driving for these guys. Burnout Racing. We got Thorn driving for Thorned Abyss. 0 driving for what'd you guys get? Heroic Potatoes. Grumpy Print driving for Vermin Supreme. Bo Johnson driving for Vermin Exterminator. And Josh Fulton driving for the other Techley car. Should clear up some of the chaos there, as we hear somebody coming up on Josh. I think that's actually going to be Woohoo Man in the Radical. Let's take a little peek and switch back over to the drone cam for a little bit here as we get close to the final 2 hours, as we're going to see a few more racers slowly enter the grid. I do it for the people. And anytime someone does a driver swap, ooh, woohoo, going a little bit for a wall ride there. Haven't seen that angle in play just yet. But back on the crack, or back on the drive. Might be on crack for that one, but no, we're doing good. Yeah, anytime someone leaves for the long driver swap, the standings get messed up until they complete a full lap and the deltas readjust. So there's also that kind of stuff at play, but we haven't had a long driver swap in quite some time, actually. As we see everybody moving around quite comfortably. We're sitting with Woohoo Man because he is in a Radical, so you'd think he'd be able to put up this gap to Fulton relatively easily over the next 2 laps or so here. See if that makes it any better. Ooh, little squeal there through Tuffle Sparty, but managing to keep it straight and on the track. Exactly 2 minutes, it looks like, separating Thorn and Woohoo. So these guys will definitely be in some sort of a battle for P3, as there's a full driver swap left to go, and I'm sure another pit strategy. And I'm wondering if their teammates will be the anchors to try and get back in and see what ground they can cover. Patchy currently with a 3:44.8, a 349.7 to Jawa's 344.8. So Jawa starting to dig into that lead a little bit. Project Purple gonna need to be consistently within the 45-46 range based on what we're seeing from Jawa here to have a strong chance. Thorn looking pretty good there. I'm not sure, because of the stream delay, which part we're laughing at, speed, but I stand by anything is possible, regardless of what I said. We've got Vermin Supreme heading through with some force now. I do like this livery. It's kind of a like old-timey color scheme mixed with like new-aged design, I would say. As they head on through roads, getting closer and closer to the final 2 hours here. No, that still sounds like quite some time, but these guys have made it through half of that. So I'm sure they're starting to feel good at this point. Oh, the crack. Yeah, no, that's fair. And these racers are carrying through with some determination, that is for sure. Makes you wonder how these guys do 24-hour races. As we're only 2 hour in, and I would already start to get a little bit tired if I'm these guys. Imagine doing a couple 4-hour stints would be something fierce. Just a moment here. I'm gonna take a peek. Looks like we're getting. Nope, no reports at this time, so that's always good. Take a look now with placeholder racing, see what Patchy can do through the cobbles as he hits them now. And he's got the big left-hander ahead of him. Seems to have lost a little bit of time there, but nothing too crazy. At this point in the race, as long as you're within about a half second of your lap times, you're doing good. So he's used that cushion to start, but if he can pull together a nice strong rest of Sector 1 and good solid 2 and 3, he'll be in a decent spot. We don't see many cars making any major moves here. Thorn and Base have gone now within 2 minutes of Jesus and Woohoo Man up ahead. We also have Speed Bump and Grumpy Print have fallen from 17 seconds to 21. So you got to imagine there was some sort of an incident there. And we still see the same cars all kind of working together there. That's actually going to be Woohoo Man up front. It's possible that Woohoo Man is helping Josh Fulton stay or prevent being lapped. Got Grumpy Print flying through with some speed, using that wall to his advantage to kind of level himself out. As long as he makes it through, ain't no harm, no foul. And make it through, he does. Ooh, a big collision with the hay bales there into Sand Plankin. And Woo's going to find himself on the back foot with a much quicker Volvo heading down the straight behind him. These Volvos top out at 280 as opposed to the Radicals 260. So those extra 20 kilometers an hour is going to make a big difference as they get to the final straightaway there. All comes down to when the Volvo can hit that speed. So right about now, the speed has shifted. Muchacho's going to start to slowly creep closer and closer to the Radical ahead. Or rather, Bojosen. And he's not going to be able to get Pat by him on this lap, but at least lets him know that he is in the hunt and not far off. Volvo heads into the corners. You're going to see a little bit of a different line here compared to the Radical. Yep, as he hugs that inside line and hammers on the gas. Keeping good pace right now. Looks like personal best of 3:52 so far for the evening. So going to want to find a little bit more time if they can. Oh, and it seems like Thorn Maddox may have had an issue. Oh, and we catch one as well here. Going to have to go for a swift J turn as Bo Jellison finds himself in the wall and now has to get back on the pace to try and catch up to Josh Fulton ahead. Fulton is still desperately trying to keep himself from being lapped again, so we'll see if he can make the most of it. Although, again, I forgot, Josh did do his second driver swap, so that does change up where he is a little bit. These could be true positions. Let's take a look over here, though. I see Potato has actually got another Radical off in the distance here. This one's going to be Thorn Maddox. That Potato is trying to chase down. Thorn having a couple issues during Sector 2 this lap. We'll see Thorn ends up with a 135 in Sector 2 as opposed to Potato, or rather Zero to Heroes, 135.9. So very similar lap 2s despite the difference that it should be between the cars. And again, Potato's going to have a much higher top speed here and get a true opportunity to try and work his way up to a P4. Now, we could have, this would be our first true position switch, as we would have Volvo in front of the Radicals. Ooh, but it looks like Thorn is going to pull off to the side. This might be our first driver swap. Oh, and a huge collision with the wall from Potato there. I don't mean to laugh at his misfortune, but that is going to cost precious time, as Grumpy and Speed are making some good pace. Only 2 seconds away from the lap time previously. We'll see if Potato is just going to pit and go. As there goes the Volvo of Grumpy Print. The base cannon loading in now to trigger the second driver swap. And I'm watching to see, obviously they're just fueling and going, but how many cars are going to catch? Actually, nobody is. No one else is on the straight. This does put them a little bit behind the team of Vermin Supreme in front, now 24 seconds back. So about a 40-second pit stop, as they might have changed tires and fuel. Josh Fulton currently doing a little stint on soft, so hoping to find some extra pace to keep him in the hunt. He is lapping pretty consistently with Bo Jolson up ahead for Muchacho Racing. Base Cannon waiting for their opportunity to go out for Thorn Bass for cash. He's got some time left to do so. You can see it's already starting to get a little bit darker here. Let's see if we can find the sun, because I'm starting to wonder. It is dead ahead right at the 2-hour marks. Okay, so I might have done the math right. That feels good. Base Cannon's team is the first of the Radicals to finish both of their driver swaps, so that's actually going to be a nice advantage to have done and out of the way. Lets you focus on just racing at hand. Now, the question is, do they end up doing a third swap just for the sake of getting Thorn Maddox in one more time, or is Thorn just taking one of the 4 hours today? That'll be determined later on. Buggy the Sunbender. It was an embarrassing amount of time to do the math, I'm not gonna lie. But it's working, so we're fine. We don't have the ability to do a night cycle, so that is going to be one of the issues there. I do see Woohoo Man pulling in, so that's going to give Cheezus the opportunity to start making back up some time there. That will be an interesting one to play out, given Cheezus' pace earlier. Put a full minute between himself and everybody else in just an hour's time. Now we'll have 2 hours to make up, I believe, 4 minutes. So very curious to see what he can do with that opportunity there. Potato way further back from the team of, or who do we have in right now? Is it Potato or is it Project Purple? It's actually still 0 to Hero. Never mind. Heroic Potato's counterpart. So none of the Volvos other than Fulton doing their second driver swap. I think only Woohoo, or rather Base Cannon and Fulton have done both of the mandated ones. So although they're at the bottom of the standings now, that will shake up as everybody else starts to take those opportunities. Really pushing the line to the edge there is 0 to Hero. Trying to make the most out of it. Let's take a look at some of the other potential action on the grid. We'll start up in P1 where we've got Jawa right now, 42 seconds away, trying to make their way past Bo Josen, who signals he will be sticking to the right. They get a little close together, but not too close for comfort, as Jawa moves through pretty easily. That Radical is not going to have the top speed advantage, so hopefully that doesn't come into play on this short of a straight. Does not seem to, as Jawa comes close to the wall, but doesn't end up hitting it. 4 seconds off of his lap time this lap, so that gives the placeholder race crew a little bit of an advantage as far as trying to chip that lead back down, but 4 seconds separating lap times on their previous bests. Purple, Woohoo swapped out for Base Cannon. Or Woohoo didn't. Never mind, I see what you're saying. Oops, never mind. Thorn swapped out for Base Cannon. Woohoo Man did not. Oh, okay, so that is just a regular pit. Okay. Well, that's going to be extra interesting then, because Base Cannon will now have a chance to make his way back into the podium fight from being a full lap down before potentially Jesus hops in, or not. Yeah, no, but he didn't even. Yeah. I had thought that he had already done one, but that was not what was happening. Oh, but Jawa on the other hand, going to be pulling in this time just for a normal pit, as he's, well, actually has not done his second driver swap yet. So we'll see if he adopts the same as his Techly Racing counterpart. Do we see him leave the game momentarily? We do not. Looks like it's going to be just a gas and go. Where does that put him on the grid will be determined. I think we're going to have Base Cannon come flying by here, looking to make up that pace, which we do. So technically a lap down there. Going to be hard to tell until these guys do their driver swaps exactly where some of these racers lie. This does affect the live timings a little bit, but it is true to where they are technically standing. Jawa seems to be getting ready to head back out now, as Osh and Patchy were able to get by them during the pit stop. So waiting to do the driver swap till later on. I think they're going to use the momentum that they have now. Don't want to take too long of a stop and kill that concentration. Save it for later in the race when you needed a little mental break. But with the lap times that Jawa's been putting up recently, I wouldn't be surprised if he just keeps on going. Let's take a look now. So Patchy in a pretty interesting spot. Patchy's got the lead, but he does have a car that's one more pit stop ahead of him. Not too far behind. You see just turning the corner now is Jawa. Those cold tires making him swing out a little bit. So Patchy up on his Delta currently for his personal best lap, but the question is going to be, what does that mean in terms of Jawa's behind? Jawa's going to have a full tank now, so he'll be a little bit heavier. Meanwhile, Apache's 14 laps in, so definitely has shed some weight. It's also shed some tire usage. So a lot of variables are going to come into play. Jawa already starting to knock a second down off of that gap. He wants the position back before Apache gets a chance to pit, I believe. See what he makes of the opportunity. Real easy on the throttle around that corner. Man, Jawa is really cutting into the time here. Now 2 seconds already down as they head through Energol Bridge. You can see all the spectators watching, as I'm sure they see the green and red closer behind. So we'll check in a moment. We're going to stick with Ash, or rather, we're going to stick with Patchy here, as he's got a good line going. Not using too much of the track by comparison to some of these other racers. And it forces him into some tight lines, but he's making you work with what he's got. Now his second off his personal best lap time, so he'll have to find a little bit of extra speed somewhere along the way, as we're going to see soon the radical of Jawa appear. Just trying to keep our eye on things the best we can. And we'll let him go. And ripping in. Jawa comes flying through sand planking. You can see the delta dropping a tenth at a time here. Definitely found some speed in this moment. Jawa's on a heater. He's looking pretty good as far as overall placement goes. Has a strong chance to win this for Techley Racing today. He's just got to stay focused and keep doing exactly what he's been doing for, I'm going to say, the last hour and a half. First half hour, 45 minutes or so, was looking a little bit off the pace, but something clicked at the driver swap, and we've seen this car come alive. So whatever they're doing, they just got to keep doing it consistently. 7 seconds off of their best lap time this one, but we'll call that a fluke and go from there. 351 for Jawa that lap versus 349 for Patchy. Finds themselves right back to 7 seconds away. And we'll have to do it all over again. Seems like Jawa's top speed really is 10 kilometers an hour slower than the rest of the grid. So helping him out tremendously in the first couple turns, but then loses a lot of time on that straight. I know a couple tenths may not seem like it, but over the course of 60 laps or 65 laps, I mean, it adds up. That's a lot of time lost, so to speak. So hopefully he's gaining it in these first two sectors, which we do see already a second closer. And definitely trying to make it happen. I mean, this car really has come alive in his second stint here. I know he's technically pitted again, but we're going to mark these stints by the long driver swap, and he is flying. Now another second off his time within 5 seconds of placeholder racing in front. Can he hang on? He's doing a great job. We're going to take a look for a second over at Muchacho, looking at the rear lights of Base Cannon, who I'm guessing just flew by him a little bit there. Now, if Muchacho can stay close enough, he might get one more switchback in the long straightaway. But the way that Base Cannon is handling this car, I think he is on a mission. Green Sector 1. We'll see where he goes from there. 344 on his last lap. Definitely on the pace to catch up to a lot of people in front. We'll see where the standings end up after the driver swap. Yeah, I mean, it is weird to think that these guys still have that much race left in it, but 30 laps probably to go. So if he's gaining 5 seconds a lap like that, I mean, that is quite a bit of time. It can definitely get him back into the hunt. So nothing is over yet. Something in my kitchen smells really, really good. What'd you make? Yeah, just wondering. Forgot to mute myself. But anyway. Saw the missus coming by. I had to ask her real quick. Heading into the straight, though, we've got Jawa only 5 seconds away now from placeholder racing. So that 2 seconds made back up. Now, this is the straightaway where we might see it lost again, given that difference in top speed. Is it 2 seconds that he's losing on this straight, though? Woohoo with a TP to pit. Woohoo with a TP to pit and immediately back out onto the grid. Interesting. Doesn't seem to have cost a ton of time, but Base Cannon is now ahead of him, it looks like. I think with the driver swap, that'll change things, but that brings Base Cannon much, much closer. It's probably the same thing that happened before with one of those automatic crashes, unfortunately, where if you crash hard enough or your vehicle gets stuck in a certain manner, they will teleport you to pits automatically. Ooh, did we just see? No, okay. I thought we just saw another turn there, but we did not. I think is it. Man, Josh is still not far away from Base Cannon up in front. Unless that was Muchacho we were checking in on earlier, but you see the lap timings is kind of standings is all over the place as some cars have gone for their long pits, some have not. It is certainly all up for grabs here with an hour and 40 minutes remaining. Still could be anyone's race. Now, Josh and Jawa are our two Techly racers. Jawa currently sitting P2, Josh P8. Those guys are the only multi-card teammates out there. Everybody else is sticking within one vehicle. So they do have a little bit of advantage as far as communication goes, letting each other know what to expect further along the grid. I'm trying to take a peek here. We might have Woohoo Man right behind Muchacho. We do. So he's back out on the track and moving. Finds himself dangerously close to Base Cannon behind. As my wife kills a bug. Proud of you. And Woohoo sends themselves into the stone barrier just a moment and continues onward. Thankfully, with the damage turned down, these guys haven't suffered too much chaos from that sort of thing. Woohoo is only a little bit away from getting back up in front of those Volvos. These are true positions to the Volvos right now. Woohoo's got a lot of time to go. I think he lost about half a lap following the teleport, or the crash and teleport. Not entirely positive what happened there. So this is where, if Mo was here, he was going to be sending me some replay clips along the way. But we will have to circle back to that now. This is going to be one of those interesting moments that I was talking about. So you've got Woohoo, who's currently got a top speed of 254, versus Bo Josen, who's got 277. So Bo Josen's going to be flying by with one of the highest top speeds of the evening. Is that going to be Woohoo is then going to have to come right back. Yeah, I'm sure it does drive them a little bit crazy, but as soon as they hit the combos, it seems to work out pretty well for them. Bo Josen slowing down, I think, to enter the pits. So that's going to be a nice little help for Woohoo, as does not have a car to pass through the cobbles and is able to keep pushing onwards. 43 seconds, it seems, separating them. Ooh, and the car in front as a little run-in with that sidewalk, as I mentioned, really sends them over the edge. That thing is as deadly as it seems to these really low riding cars. You hear a little bit of noise behind, as that's going to be Placeholder Racing starting to look for their lapping opportunity, as they've been able to hold off Jawa pretty consistently. Jawa on a full tank, I believe. So 17 laps in for Patchy versus 4 for Jawa. So Jawa's definitely going to be a little bit heavier, enough to make a difference on some of these straightaways and stuff. Ooh, a big spin here for Woohoo in an interesting area. He's going to try and make the turnaround, but he's got company. And it won't cost Jawa any, as they're able to make it through very dangerously. We do have 2 Volvos ahead of Woohoo currently. This section is a tougher one for these guys to be behind the Volvos on, though, so they're definitely going to be thankful for where they are. Jawa pulls off the lapping chance on Woohoo and keeps pushing, still within 5 seconds of the cars up front. So Jawa has a really good sector 1 and 2. Just manages to really cut into that time, but it's that top speed, and sector 3 is just costing him dearly. So he's got to at least find a buddy to get behind and try and make some drafting opportunity out of it. They are starting to get closer and closer to the other Techly racing vehicle, so maybe with that difference in top speed, he can convince his Volvo buddy to help him out a little bit. None of the Volvos have done their second driver swap, I don't believe. Only Base Cannon and Josh Fulton at this time. Are entering just about an hour and 30 minutes left. So for the guys who've done endurance races with us before, this would typically mark the halfway left, but these guys have been racing for a little bit longer, 4 hours today. So even an extra hour may not sound like much, but it takes a lot of adjustment as far as not only your strategy, but your mental preparation. I mean, doing the same track over and over again, you really have to learn to dial it in and tune out that boredom that can inevitably settle in. We do have a driver swap going on for the Volvos. Oh, and a big crash from Placeholder Racing there, as we see Patchy in the barrier, manages to pull back out before we get the other car coming in. That's going to be huge. Jawa now safely ahead, I want to say by, it looks like 6.4 seconds. They are going to be able to make up a little bit of time due to that top speed difference, but they haven't pit this same amount of times as Jawa has in front. Yeah, they may not need to, depending on the overall race strategies, but that's definitely going to put them in a precarious situation to where they're going to want to start to think about maybe taking their long pit stop now and just keeping all their troubles to 1 lap. Heading under the Bosch bridge, so he's going to be 14 seconds off pace on this lap. Definitely going to be scrambling to make that up along the next few here. Hopefully he doesn't push too hard, but we'll stick with him and see where it takes us. We still have him in the pits. He's got about 10 seconds remaining here, from what I can tell. Oh, I lied. He's actually got about 30 seconds remaining here, so Chacha will be able to pass. And that will put Speed Bump and the Vermin Extreme at the back of the pack, but alongside those who have actually finished both of their long pit stops. So definitely a good thing to get out of the way, especially as we get closer and closer to what could be deemed the final stint And the check mark does appear as we see speed bump start to head back out to the track. So it's going to be a full lap before we get any adjustments to the live timings here. Currently, it does show Base Cannon is way behind him. Same with Josh Fulton as well. I'm assuming that will update at some point along the way, as I think speed bump actually ends up getting out a little bit behind the number 6 car, or well behind the number 6 car of Base Cannon up in front. In 7th position, Josh Fulton of Techley Racing way behind in P8. Looks like about a full sector back, so that gives speed bump some room to work over the next hour and a half here. So an hour and 34 minutes remaining here. Taking a look across the grid, I do see actually some interesting moments as we've got Josh Fulton and Jawa seem to have finally made their second switchback of the evening. Josh seems to have let Jawa go through with no worries, but will soon face the wrath of the placeholder race team behind, looking to catch up as well. Again, we'll be faced with the age-old question of, do I help my teammate or do I follow etiquette? And it's a tough question, I gotta say. There's not an easy answer to that one. It's very situational. Right now, with the lead you've got and the difference in pit strats, I'd say maybe you go for it and let them battle it out. No papaya rules needed at this time. Man, placeholder is getting closer and closer, and it will all be for naught as they head down the back straight here. You can see that radical behind, and you'll also see as it starts to get smaller and smaller as it turns into a little dot on your screen thanks to this top speed that comes packed into the Volvo. And Josh Fulton with the highest top speed of the evening at 279.31. We'll see if he's able to do that again here, because he is definitely pushing placeholder race crew further and further away. And a beautiful line down through the start-finish straight. So let's take a look at placeholder racing, because they're going to be the ones trying to catch up to that Volvo ahead. The Volvo's got a couple different braking points that these guys are just going to lift or take flat for. So that'll be the biggest difference between them, but they're lined up to meet at a ill-fated corner. I think Osh sees the perils ahead, or rather Patchy does, and tries to keep it clean, but I think suffers maybe a little bit of aero wash or something, or maybe just isn't ready for the lack of grip that can come from these cars being so close together. I mean, that thing is like a brick, and a brick that gets sent into the middle of the track. Thankfully, Osh is able to keep going and spins Josh around fully, or rather Patchy, but that's going to put even more of a gap between these guys and P1. It's unfortunate, but that is the perils of these tight corners. You never know who's going to get the advantage. But advantage has been got. We do see speed bump now looking for his chance by Bo Josen of the Vermin Exterminators. The Vermin have caught up. They're looking for their chance to get past. And they are pushing hard to do it. They took this team name to heart a little bit. Not actually, it's all in good fun. Oh, and gonna try it. And isn't able to make it through. A little bit of contact between them. Gets very close, but Bojo's able to hang on. Speed bump backs off a little bit to make sure he had the space. And these two line back up to go racing once more through Salzgrund. Speed bump, taking his time, looking for the opportunity. He is technically on paper a lap back, but that's only because of the whole stop thing. Actually, not even a full lap back. These guys are definitely racing, I want to say, for position or maybe even to lap themselves. The Vermins can't get the angle in yet. They're getting closer and closer, but I think all these exterminators needed was a little bit of pressure. They see this orange car that's impossible to miss behind them, and they are going for it. It's going to be a late break here. Can anyone come out on top? Not yet. Speed Bump still looking for his chance. Sector 1's a tough one to do it in. You might have to wait for a clean line into one of these longer straights in Sector 2. You can see he's working on it. Up in front of them, you do have Woohoo Man still pushing along, trying to hold off Base Cannon, who's been creeping up and slowly trying to take out that gap. It's about only 2 minutes now, which is just about a full driver swap. So Woohoo gonna have to pick up the pace a little bit here to help Jesus keep Base at bay and at least lock up a P3 as that fight for podium rages on with the Radicals. Right now, I don't think we have a fight for position between these two, but we do have a fight for glory as Bo Josen slamming it into the wall. They're going to lose a little bit of acceleration, and this could be the chance Speed was looking for. Oh, and Speed, I think, was trying to get a little bit of a bump draft opportunity going and ends up hitting it at just too much of an awkward angle, not able to keep them racing. The exterminators get nearly exterminated by the vermin, but we're able to have some clean lines through the back part here. Switch back over to the exterminator's point of view to see if maybe they can catch up now that they've got the vermin in their sight. So some big contact there, but nothing too crazy. It looks like we're going to have a driver swap from another Radical team here. So that will be 2 teams in the Radical division doing their swap. This time Patchy comes out and Project Purple comes in for what I'm assuming will be the final stint. Starting to get a little darker as we get closer and closer to sunset. One thing to consider is that's going to put the sun in a little bit of the racer's line of sight here and there. Just depends on which way we're looking. Ooh, and we see Woohoo Man pull into the pits. Is this going to be their long stop as well? Josh Fulton pulling in, I'm assuming just for a regular stop at this point, as they're already back out onto the track. And I do see Woohoo disconnecting there, so either Woohoo or Jesus will rejoin to take the slot for the final stint. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle there from Bo Johnson. Can he save it? He's looking good, looking good. And slams on the brakes, isn't able to pull it all the way through. That's going to cost them a little bit more time as Speed will continue onwards. Let's take a look, though, and see if anybody's got a line out. That's going to be Josh Fulton there in his old familiar spot, this time able to keep it straight as he is passed by the vermin, and it doesn't give him too much of a battle as I didn't see anything crazy change between them. But we'll use them for concentration as he tries to catch up a little bit. I'm not exactly sure where Muchacho and Grumpy Print currently sit, as they have not done their second stop yet, but it will be interesting to see where they come out once that time comes. You see Jesus waiting for his opportunity to head back out. Project Purple is now out and on the track for the final stint. And just outside of the 2-minute mark, it seems. Waiting to see. Now 3 minutes, it looks like. Very hard to tell. This delta's all over the place. Again, we do really have to wait until they get about a lap in for me to see what the true gaps are. So for now, we'll hang out with Josh Fulton, one of the few racers who have done both of theirs, as we know this is at least where he is on the track. And you can hear the popping that these things have as these guys are really trying their hardest to keep the pedal down. A lot of tight bends around this track, so it's not an easy feat to do. We're going to take a moment here and peek in with Jesus, who seems to have left just before speed bump. I see speed bump is not very far behind him. This is Jesus driving now, so this is going to be a big difference between the pace again. Jesus starting off the back foot, I believe, does actually have to catch up to base cannon. It might be nearly a full lap down. And I'm not sure how long these cars can stay out, but he'll have to stay out for as long as he can, try and one-stop it if he can. Jawa has not done his second long stop yet. He's only done a standard pit stop, so there's still that factor to go. Same with Potato and Muchacho, I think, are the last ones to have to do their long stops. Everybody else, though, has finished them. We do see Jawa creeping up behind Jesus here, but again, this is going to be a difference in the pace. So I think this implies that Jawa ended up almost a full lap ahead of Jesus. That right there is the marker. So over the next hour and 20 minutes, Jesus is going to have to find a way to fully unlap himself. If I'm understanding the gaps correctly, there's a chance that it's actually 2 laps separating these racers at this time. Not quite clear. Who did suffer a little bit of misfortune. Again, he had a slight issue with teleporting following a crash. That cost them a bit of time. Same thing happened with the placeholder race team. So this car is starting to get a little dirty from the miles on it. Certainly seeing better days as we head further and further along this race, but they are making the most of their opportunities here. Swinging through Tuffle Squartier. Now, one thing when there's a day cycle like this, these guys can't use shadows as braking points. So a lot of them, thankfully, do have brake markers at some of these turns, but not everything. So it is interesting to see where they do end up braking. Jesus at about the 7,500 meter marker for that turn through Stockborn, as opposed to some of these other guys you see try and send it as late as they possibly can. I'm not saying it always works out, but I'm saying they do try and send it as late as they possibly can. Let's take a peek over to Bojosen. I said no. No, he has not. Jawa has not done his second long stop yet. That still has to happen. So that'll be the big variable. But so Bojosen is also one of the ones who has to do his second stop. Looks like he's got a comfortable spot to speed up ahead. Is going to catch Techley Racing of Josh Fulton. He's got a little bit of time here to go. Gonna try and whip out a J turn. Seems to be the easiest way to spin. And it is, as he keeps moving. We know he keeps that handbrake on him. And let's see if he gets a little J-turn action going through here, as he's got some hot tires now. Not hot enough to squeal, or at least he's taking good care of them. As he keeps on moving now, I think he's got Jesus as the next racer, so a lot of space between him and some of his competition at this stage. An hour and 20 minutes remaining. These guys are getting closer and closer, but the gaps are all over the place because of these driver swaps. So as they start to come across the line, everything will fix itself. It's hard to really tell where everybody is in relation to each other. I do believe Base Cannon is a full lap down. That is correct, but still fighting. Let's actually take a little peek and see where he is on the grid. So Base Cannon is sitting there in P5. Thorn Mannix did get lapped, so he'll have to get all the way up to P4, nearly a sector ahead. Muchacho versus P3 of Potato going in for the pits now. Actually, he is coming up on Osh pretty shortly here. And the placeholder race squad. If he can get around them, then all he'll have to do is completely unlap himself with only an hour to do so. Base Cannon and Jesus find themselves in some tricky spots. I believe both racers have done their full stops. I see Potato loading into the server to finish out the Heroic Potatoes run. We'll see where that stop puts them, as well as Speed Bump is going to be able to move past for the Vermin Supreme race team, as there's 60 seconds to Potato up front. Depending on how long of a stint they can go. There could be one more pit stop, though, for Speed Bump between now and the end. 4 laps in. So it's definitely used up a little bit of fuel. I'm not sure how long they were able to go for. Base Cannon putting up some real solid lap times here. Slowly working his way back through all of these Volvos. Did we see Josh Fulton disconnect, unfortunately? I'm seeing a D next to Josh Fulton's name there. I'm not sure if we had a Josh Fulton disconnect properly, it seems. In which case, that is very unfortunate, as he's got no more long pits to take care of, so I'm not sure that would be why. Base Cannon coming across the line. Let's take a look at this time here. So he's putting up 42.9. Project Purple with a 46. Jawa with a 46 currently. So he's got a lot of pace. I mean, I'm not saying it's certainly possible, but I don't think it's out of the question that he gets himself back up into some sort of hunt here, even if it's from a lap down, close enough to be part of the fun. I see Josh Fulton did disconnect, so that brings us down to 7 racers on the grid. Just went to double check, but it does seem to be the case. Trying to let all these racers get around so these deltas can start to even out slowly. I know these gap times look crazy. That's why we're hoping to get these last couple swaps going soon. Jawa still yet to do so, and out on another lap as well. I wonder how long he's going to be pushing these tires for. We'll see if we can get a little peek at them as he comes to a stop. And because of the coverage, you can't really get a good angle at the tire usage there. But I have to imagine he's got to be getting pretty worn out 10 laps in on these Radical mediums. At this point, though, he has the same strategy as Base Cannon, so we'll see which one of them pits first, who's able to draw a little bit more life out of the tires. They could be trying to push a little bit harder just to see if they can get just a touch more. Jesus is actually like a lap down from the rest of the Radicals right now. Woohoo Man had a little bit of a few instances and push them further back. He's about 1 lap down, though, not as many as it's showing here. I think when Speed Bump crosses the line, they'll fix themselves. I'm not positive who, but as long as no one else pits shortly, then we'll get some live updates in a moment. Sticking with Jawa here for just a moment, but we'll switch over now to Muchacho in the Vermin Exterminator. I think now we've got a little bit of a closer read. We do still need to see Potato cross the line to show the gap to Jesus. So that will also be the next thing that we're looking at. Potato looking pretty decent on the outlap there. I think this one actually is going to be... No, it is actually Potato on this one. Sometimes I know the names get a little messed up. So heading down into the final straight in the last 75 minutes of the session, as you just heard, AI announcer bot call out, getting closer and closer to the end. These guys have been racing for quite some time, and the gaps are pretty big, but there's still a few driver swaps left to take place. We still have Muchacho and we still have Jawa yet to do their swap. We'll see where it pulls them out. Jawa will be consistently racing to the end for himself, but that does still change things as far as the whole 120-second pit stop adds to your time. Potato ripping through with some speed now should hopefully give us an update. And there you go. Now the timing should be all up to date. So Jesus a little over a lap back from Base Cannon, who's 30 seconds away from being a lap back on Josh. So a little bit of mishaps during the second stints for some of these teams, but nothing too crazy. I do actually see Base Cannon getting closer and closer to a chance to unlap himself. Base Cannon pushing through with some force here. So he's got Project Purple up in front. Project Purple's got 44 on his last lap as opposed to Base Cannon's 43. So these guys aren't too far apart in timing, but if he wants to unlap himself, he's got to do it soon, and I think he knows that. He's going to be pushing pretty hard to make it happen. So I do see that we are going to not have Josh Fulton rejoin for the final hour of the race, unfortunately. Does leave us with a 7-man grid. Jesus 14 seconds away from passing one of the Volvos and starting to get a little groove going. Same with Base Cannon, not too far from passing the final Volvo and getting a groove himself. Right now, that Bo Josen is lapping at a 3:58, best lap of a 3:55. So with Base's current speed, it should only be another lap or two before he is able to overtake. Bo Josen does need to do one more long lap, so that's going to be kind of what's messing up the standings. Everybody else has at this point. Except for Jawa. So Jawa and Bo Josen. Let's take a look here. So Jawa's all the way around. Let's see where Bo Josen is. So hitting an hour and 11 minutes left. Let's see if maybe this is the lap that Bo Josen ends up coming in. Never know. We're just going to keep our eyes with them for a little bit here. So we head further and further down the line. Through the Bosch Bridge. Looking pretty good. That braking usually means one thing and one thing only. They find themselves at speed and into the pits. So this will be our last driver swap from the Volvos. That's going to be an important part there. Potato getting close to the final straightaway, not far away from Jesus, but with a pretty difference in top speed. Curious to see how this goes for them. I don't think he's going to be able to get that far up ahead, but Jawa has not done. No, Patch. I wish there was an easier way to mark who had and who hasn't, but no, only Jawa is the last one to have to do their stop, and they are definitely waiting until the last pit stop to do it. It'll be very interesting to see where that puts them out. I think placeholder racing is probably I want to say 0.2 of a lap behind it in reality. I'm gonna say, show the gap like that to you. Yeah, I think you guys are about 0.2 of a lap back in reality. I will say Jawa is pushing pretty hard. He's still putting up consistent lap times here. Jawa a 47 that last race, so you can tell the tires are probably getting a little worn. I don't think he's got a fuel issue, as he'll be at probably his lightest at this point in time. Base Cannon also starting to struggle a little bit, goes from 43s to 44s. I thought you were killing it. I was loving seeing the green there. Got some nice J turns actions in there. It was the proper shots. It's all right. You lined up Jawa pretty good there. He's looking decent. Only one more driver swap for him to go, so it's hard to tell exactly where he stands, but that's going to be the big variable. As you can see, everybody else slowly exiting pits now. Muchacho going to make it out before speed gets all the way around. So they will end up behind Speed Bump, I believe, but I'm not sure just quite how. It'll be almost a full one behind. Full lap behind. As of right now, it doesn't seem like your stint was too bad there, Zero. You're only about a minute back from Speed Bump up ahead. Speed Bump 6 laps in, you guys 2 laps in. So there's a small chance that Speed Bump's going to have to pit at some point and close that gap out for you guys. So definitely want to keep fighting. P1 has not done their long stop yet, so the gap for P1 will change shortly, as will your gap there to Potato in just a moment or two. All right, looks like just a little bit chat going on there. Nothing bad, no reports. We do have Josh of Techly Racing able to check over all that stuff. Nope, Speed Bump is still in P1 currently. Right now, the biggest hope that the rest of the Volvos have is that they have to make one more pit stop before their time is up. Looks like you've got Jawa starting to catch up to Potato here. Going to go for another lap opportunity on these Volvos. I think there are about twice now, maybe 3 times that they've been able to cross through the grid. So definitely looking pretty good. I believe once Potato crosses the line, we will be back to having our true gaps for the moment. And we'll see, actually, if Jawa ends up pulling into pits behind him. I'm not sure how long he needs with those tires. Certainly getting every little bit out of him that he can. And as Potato crosses the line, you can now see the proper gap. Jawa's still going. All right, so Jawa does not... not ready to do that driver swap just yet. There is 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining, so you might try and get that to within the last hour. See if you can do a stretch entirely on softs. Ooh, and those worn tires are starting to eat at him a little bit. You can see a little mistake here, a little mistake there. That's all Placeholder Racing needs to keep a foot in this door. Again, he still has 1 long swap left to do. And then his outlaps got to come in with some heat to make up for it all. Getting closer and closer to the end here. Nearly within the last hour. magnificent there. There's a few battles going on right now. Base Cannon slowly working his way closer and closer to unlapping himself. Exterminator team is not quite living up to the name yet, no, but that's not to say they don't have chances. Cheese is still working off that teleportation time. It is about the gap right now between Jesus and Speed Bump. That's about how much time was lost to the crash and teleport, I believe. Not 100% positive. Good thing is we'll be able to tell based on overall lap times later on. Showing some resolve through Sandplanking as he's trying to get closer and closer to Placeholder Racing. Placeholder not making it easy for him to unlap himself. I feel like he's been playing this game of cat and mouse for the last half hour or so. Has not been able to make the headway I know he wants to, but hopefully that'll all change soon as we get closer and closer to the end of the race. This is where those final pit strategies are going to come into play, and we'll see where everything shakes out. Jesus momentarily has a weird change to the delta there, but continues moving onwards. Jesus in P5 finds himself well ahead of the leader, so avoids being lapped and continues moving forward. As Base Cannon can't seem to find this opportunity too easily. We're sticking with them to see what we can observe. And Base Cannon is certainly getting closer and closer, but it's just not enough. 3-second difference on their last lap, so he's definitely trying, but he's got to do it sooner than later, especially if he's going to try and then make up an entire lap on top of that, with about 10 laps to do so. So he needs to be lapping about 4 seconds a lap on average faster than Placeholder Racing to swing all the way back around. With his current pace, it isn't out of the question. He just needs to keep his pedal down and keep pushing. Taking a look along the grid there, we also have Potato not far behind Jawa. I'm guessing that Volvo is applying a little bit of pressure into the straight, but now that they're slowly entering the cobbles, I'm sure Jawa will end up with a little bit of time to themselves. Through roads, Base just keeps eating and eating away at the gap in front. Right now, it looks like Osh is only a second away as he continues to keep pushing through Kleiner. This is going to be a big section for him. Can he make up some good time here? Already does. Makes up 3-4 tenths through those simple left and right handers and those sweeping turns, and that is a beautiful part, or a beautiful chance for him. He is going to get to unlap himself and try and keep moving. Can he do it as they head towards the Integral Bridge? He's going to pull out wide. It's going to be a little too late for Project to make a move, and Base goes in with a late break opportunity and carries on through. So that was huge. Can he make the most of it? Now, we do have Osh as the car behind. Just outside of striking range to Base in front. Sit with them for a little bit and see if we can maybe get a glimpse at how far apart they are. As Base is starting to move away pretty good. I mean, you're taking a look at him out in the distance there. He is within a lap now for sure. He's got 1 minute to go. Like I said, just needs to be 4 seconds per lap faster. I know that's a crazy thing to say just to, but it's certainly looking possible given the current pace we're seeing. Right now, this is the biggest battle on hand until Jawa pulls into pits and gives us a better sense of where we're at in today's events. Certainly a tricky one. Speed Bump seems to be doing a phenomenal job. Actually, the Vermins in general doing a phenomenal job pushing through the pace there. It's hard to tell where they were going to end up for a bit. Looked like a close competition between them and the Heroic Potatoes, but they are starting to pull away pretty good. Man, Placeholder Racing, I don't know. I thought they were going to be able to put a little bit more comfortable gap there, but that was 4 seconds between Base and Project. Is that Project? No, yeah, that was 4 seconds between Base and Project on that last lap. So exactly what he just did, he needs to do it again, and then again, and then again and again and again for the remainder of the session. Well, I wouldn't think we'd have a race this far into it, but this is certainly exciting. Base Cannon's given us something to watch for, at least in this moment, as he starts the run, getting a little bit closer and closer. Entering the final hour of the race. Seems Smoke Power has finally woken up. That's okay. We will catch him live for the next one. As we're still watching the Placeholder Race team try and keep Base in their sights. After the first lap, we have a 1:19.1 versus a 1:20. So there's a second gap right there. Sticking with them for a little bit to see if they can make something happen. But Base is pulling away right at the pace he needs to. Right now, Project needs to dial it in and just really focus on hitting 46s as consistently as possible. Doesn't need to be anything crazy, but just a consistent 46 would be ideal, or at least low 47s if they can. Previous lap time of a 3:47.4 though is going to be in danger territory. Now, Base Cannon has been out on those tires for 15 laps. I don't know what the maximum is, as we haven't seen anybody go all the way to the end, but with only an hour left, you start to wonder when that's going to come into play. I still think Jawa is going to be going for a big push on softs to end the event, and that's why we haven't seen that pit yet, or at least seeing if they can get all the way around and lap maybe these cars up front. Base on that second sector was able to keep it another second ahead as he keeps moving further and further along. Top speed wise, looks like these guys are fairly evenly matched, so there won't be too much time to find here. But Base does a good job in sending a message on this lap, and I think he's going to really start to reel in the man who's right behind him. Taking a look at their lap times as they cross now, see what we can do. So Base only manages to stay up by a second on that lap. Project hears the 46s and manages to crush that out of the water. So if he can keep that pace there, that's going to be pretty big for them. We see Jesus actually isn't far behind these guys. With the pace that Jesus has, although he won't be battling directly for points, he'll be able to join the fun here and maybe make things a little bit interesting in the back part of the grid. Jawa still doing a little bit of no man's land action, but let's take a look at one of the fast lappers line through this risky cobblestone section. It makes it look so smooth and so easy, but I can assure you it is not, as he stretches to the edges of each side of the track there. 55 minutes remaining in the session. Jawa not showing any signs of going into the pits just yet. 15 laps now, 16 laps completed on these medium tires. They still have to do one more long pit, but they seem to be holding on just fine. We saw them have some slip-ups on the cobbles earlier because of what we thought was some tire tread issues, but okay, there's definitely some wear going on there as we Tokyo drift through, but it's not enough to really affect Jawa. Jawa's been sitting at 44 and 45 lap times. So as long as the consistency's there, that's really all that matters. As we can see. And a little runner with the grass there is going to start to cost the Delta. Yeah, I mean, these tires can go for quite a long time. They cannot go forever. Unfortunately, they are covered, so we don't really have a good way to even see if we can see the tire wear like we can on some of these other open wheel cars in the past. Seeing if anybody's close together, 2, 3, and 4. 4 being the car up front, so it actually is going to be Base Cannon trying to catch up to his Venus Motorsport companion, Speed Bump. The Vermins themselves up in front. Now we are slowly going to be entering the long straightaway, so I don't think Base is going to be able to make the most of this opportunity anytime soon, although it looks like a little run-in with the hay bales there from Speed Bump. Getting a little sloppy as he knows he's got a pretty comfortable lead for the time being. Jesus puts up a 3:41.2 as their last lap, currently setting a purple sector 1, flying through sector 2. Again, they're getting closer and closer to the battle at hand. It's definitely possible that they come join the fun somewhere along the way. Remember, Base needs to be 4 seconds ahead of Project Purple on this lap. Sit with them for just a second and find out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 second gap between them. Only a 3.5 second difference between the laps, though. So that's not going to be enough to make the position change happen at this current rate. It's got to find a little bit more strength and hope Purple makes another mistake or two. Needs to be getting back into those 42s if he can. Let's take a look back at the top of the grid one more time. Is Jawa going to pit? The age-old question. I think we know the answer is unfortunately no, so we won't know just where they stand in relation to the placeholder race crew just yet. Not unfortunate for them, just for our broadcaster standings, as I don't have a direct time gap between them. Yep, and will not be pitting on this one either. Base Cannon, though, looking for a way through, as I think we just caught a little glimpse. Oh, actually, it's not Base Cannon. Sorry, it's Osh is going to be looking for a way through the Volvo up front of Speed Bump. Now, this could be really useful for Base Cannon. If Osh can't find a clean line through because of the differences in braking points there, will be a big help. Speed Bump tries to let off a little bit, and he does, but also costs Osh a little bit of time just because he was there. It's nobody's fault. That's just sometimes traffic in an awkward spot causes some lines. Jesus is indeed demolishing the gap, only 20 seconds away from catching up to the lead Volvo, and then 1 lap separating him and Base Cannon up front. Currently putting up 141 again on the previous lap. Now, that unfortunately is not enough pace to get around to Base Cannon, I don't think, especially with the way Base Cannon is flying through the grid. And honestly, it could bring us into a pretty close. I don't know that we'll have actually wheel-to-wheel action, but it'll be exciting towards the end to see how close these guys can really get. Base Cannon now almost in a league of his own, as I haven't seen that car off in the distance on quite a few turns now. Let's see if maybe we see him at the end there. We do not, even with us trying to manipulate the drone cam to see a little bit further out. That man is gone. So Project Purple now does not have really a good sense of where Base Cannon is in relation to his pace, because he's a little bit too far out in the distance. It's going to be tricky for him as far as keeping that mentality, or rather that willpower up. You can see just a dot going under the bridge now. So that is quite some time between them. Yeah, that is a big gap there. Let's look over to our race leader, though. Jawa seems to have had a big spin into the wall. So those tires definitely costing him now. As Tefel Sportier, he has a big run-in with the wall, loses 10 seconds. If I'm him, that is my sign from the Lord. I don't know how long you can push the soft tires, but I think you're reaching the point where you're going to want to think about trying it. He's pushing very hard now to make sure that this is not all for naught. That cost a good chunk and puts him closer and closer to that 120 seconds being all Osh needs as far as a gap goes. Again, he has not done his long stop yet. He is going to still have to do that. I wonder if this will be the lap that he tries to. Ooh, a little bit of discomfort heading into the final straightaway. Not liking his turn in there. So he continues to lose time off his pace. 3:46 lap was matching Project Purple's time. We'll see this lap here certainly going to do him no favors. "47 minutes remaining. Is this when we see the final driver swap of the evening?" Jawa certainly making us wait for it, keeping us on our toes a little bit here. It looks like this is going to be the moment. So going in for the final driver swap, 47 minutes remaining. This will bring him down to 45 as they pull in just behind the broadcast chair. And we'll see where that puts them on the grid. They left, they'll come back, and they'll have to finish up the remainder of their 120 seconds, which is underway. It goes as soon as they enter the pit. And we have Potato, the first racer, to go past them, so to speak. Not fully passing them, of course, but at least getting around. Currently, we do have a little bit of an awkward battle going on between P2, 3, and the man up front. Again, these gaps are going to be all over the place until Jawa and Osh make it back around. So we're going to have to wait, unfortunately, about 4 minutes to really see where this put our race. But looking at Project Purple, this is going to be a good tell for us, at least. Looks like about 50 seconds remaining. Project Purple currently, it looks like we'll be about 15 seconds shy of the lead car when they come all the way around. Keeping an eye on these gaps now just to be sure. I do see we've got the Vermin Exterminators in front that they're also going to have to try and pass on their request for Jawa. But here's the problem. Jawa now will have fresh tires going to the end. It looks like he's going to be riding mediums, but with a reduced fuel load. If these guys have not planned for a stop of sorts, then they are going to be running this much worn tire to the end while probably similar fuel load. So very curious to see how this shakes up. think Base Cannon might get the chance to unlap himself, though. It's going to be extremely, extremely close up front there. So let's sit in with Base Cannon as we've got Jawa exiting pits now. Base Cannon going to give us a good sense. You see Jawa going around that first bend, but Base Cannon is going to hit it with a lot more speed as he unlaps himself, or nearly unlaps himself from the race leader. That is the next step of the game. Project Purple a 45 as opposed to Base Cannon's 44 that lap. So still keeping the hope alive. Base Cannon is keeping the pace up, but it's not quite where he needs to be. He's got to keep it in the 43s. He's right on the edge of it, and every lap counts at this stage. Only 44 minutes remaining in this glorious 4-hour shootout that they've had. Everybody getting pretty close together here. Speed Bump is going to have to take that pit stop like we anticipated, but it's just going to be a regular pit stop. Won't be leaving and coming back in, so we'll see where that puts him. I'm pretty sure P7, though, or rather P6, is just coming around the corner into the long straight now as we see Speed Bump, I believe, beginning to exit. Not quite yet. It looks like a long stop that he's got here. Still waiting. And there we go. So Speed Bump now exiting the pits as we've got Potato 50 seconds back, it seems. These are closer and closer to the actual live timings. Sticking with Base Cannon because he seems to be making a run for unlapping himself to Jawa up front. At the same time, we see a potential little chaos brewing back here as Jesus is going to have to make his way past the Vermin Exterminators on his quest for placeholder racing up front. He has got some incredible speed behind him. A 141.2 on that last lap. Current best of a 341.2. Current best of a 349.7. We did see a 39 from him during practice, but that was on softs with a specific for qual setup. We had stronger winds, basically a lot more in their favor. So I don't know if we'll see a 39 at any point today. But the determination behind the wheel here does mean it's not out of the question. He is melting time away now. Finds himself, I think it's within 2 sectors of the man in front. After being nearly a lap down, or over a lap down, I believe. Wow, look at that. That is how you push the line to its limits. Sometimes you just gotta watch in awe. And I know he's not even on his personal best lap, but you can really see just how much this car wants to move as he turns into the final straight. Looks like Base Cannon, not too far ahead, is going to start to catch up to Jawa here for the lapping opportunity. Question when Oz crossed the line is how far away is that number 2 car? So Osh seems to be within 20 seconds of Jawa in front. So Project Purple, rather, the current driver for Placeholder Racing. And Base Cannon is on pace to get past Jawa here based on average lap times and current performance. Base struggling a little bit into that T1, starting to mirror as he's got the man in front showing him where he usually drives it. Doing a good job of ignoring that as we get closer to sunset. The sun's going to start to be just on the edge of eyesight here. But man, they make it look easy. Base Cannon already up on his best lap. So Jesus and Base are both on missions. My live timing sheet is showing that Jesus is only 20 seconds away from Base Cannon. Oh, but also a lap down. Okay. So at least 20 seconds away, though, is not a huge gap to get these guys fighting on the final lap. I know them well enough to imagine they'll still battle it out with each other, barring extenuating circumstances. Trying to catch glimpses of all the little opportunities here as they come. But no one's gotten a clean run yet. They still have a little bit that they've got to do. They're certainly trying. That much I will give them. Man, Base Cannon looking for the opening here. I think if I'm Jawa, I'm going to let him have it. You've got a bigger race going on behind you. I wouldn't really worry about the car unlapping itself, especially when the difference in pace is as great as it has been between them. They swing past the cramped grounds. Through the zigzag. You know, the difference in pace is not as great between these two as we saw with Base and the placeholder racing, but Base has cost himself a second while playing this little dance behind. Could be because of dirty air, could be because of looking in for these nose opportunities. And able to keep himself real close to the rear of Jawa onto the main straight. They are going to have drafting opportunities to try and make it work now. Ooh, and Base cuts to the inside. Will go outside as we watch him fly by, but fly by early as Jawa now is going to slot into the draft and get sucked in like a missile. And we see him just sticking right behind the nose. Base only going to give him the outside lane to operate in as Jawa forced to try and make a move there. It looks like he's not going to have the pace to do anything he's really hoping for in towards turn one, as both cars are fully topped out. They're not going to really find too much more speed. And that will be it for Base, I think. Base is going to be able to move past another racer here, now starting to work towards his lapping opportunities. I do see Cheese is going into the pits after 12 laps on his tires. Meanwhile, Base Cannon, 21 laps in, 36 minutes to go, has the pace currently with a 344. He can get back into the 343s. Obviously, that's better, but getting close enough to where we could see him take a big win. Jawa with a little bit of a spin there. Does start to cost him some position. Gets into the 23 second gap with Osh. We're getting closer and closer to the end here. Jesus comes out of pits, still has a little ways to go between himself and the grid in front. Did have to go in for some fresh tires, looks like. Did not put on the soft tires. Still going to be rocking a medium, just some lower fuel. So, not sure if he's worried about anybody making a run for his fastest lap time, as we don't see any of the radicals on softs. We do see speed bump on softs in the Volvos, as well as mediums for Potato and Muchacho. "35 minutes remaining. Jawa just trying to cling on to Base Cannon up front, use him as inspiration. It's going to be tricky, though, because they do have very different situations going on. Jawa only 2 laps into his stint, so he's going to be on the fresh rubber with some probably similar fuel. Going on through Energol, looking good. Man, we are keeping our eyes on the action here as Jawa trying to creep in if he can, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. This is going to be a nice little gap for him. Let's take a look as Potato is refueling. Doesn't look like they've got anybody nearby. Just some friendly rivalries in the chat. It's all good. All right, taking a look now at Vermin Exterminators. Right now, we've got Muchacho behind the wheel. These guys are down a little bit on the pace right now, but nothing that they can't come back from, honestly. Potato did just come out of the pit, so we'll see where that puts them in relation. About half a lap back. So they will need some misfortune of others to come into play, but that doesn't mean it's out of the question. We also have slightly further back here, Jesus starting to work his way closer and closer to Vermin Exterminators once more following his pit. He did pass them earlier, but now he's got a little bit more time to make up again in the final 30 minutes. As these gaps continue to build, I'm not seeing anybody make a big play for it. I will say Base Cannon was looking good, but now in the pits, it looks like the tires did finally get the best of them. So that will bring an end to Base Cannon's chances. One hell of a run, I will say. That was absolutely incredible to watch. But, man, that is one hell of a run. We'll see where this puts Base Cannon back out on the track once the fuel stop is done. Looks like he's coming out now. So we might get a little bit of a Base Cannon and Cheese's fight here, as only 30 minutes separate us and the end of the race, as opposed to quite a lot of time separating these two on the grid. Jesus, personal best about 3 seconds faster than Base Cannon in front. So that's the type of thing that we could see catch up. Would be pretty funny there. Ooh, a big spin, and Jesus narrowly avoids the contact there with Vermin Exterminator. Threads that needle. We've seen that twice today. And let's see where that puts Vermin Exterminator following the little collision. Nothing too bad, as they are 7 seconds back following the collision on their own pace, but still moving. And that's what's really important there. Trying to see if anybody's got some company. At this point in the grid, there's a lot of solo racers, unfortunately, but I'm sure they'll find some company on the track soon enough. Let's take a moment to go around the grid top to bottom here. We were watching Jawa for quite some time. Jawa now still 24 seconds away from Osh. We were watching Base Cannon on one hell of a run. Is not going to be able to close up that gap, at least to P2. That being said, although they're not going to make it into the fight for P2 itself, they are still only a lap away. So it will be pretty interesting to see if they have a nice little friendly shootout to the line once Base Cannon gets up close. Same goes for Cheezus, not too far behind Base Cannon, only a few turns behind entering Kleiner, as we just left Base Cannon exiting it. And again, these guys make all these turns look so easy, but don't take it for granted, as I definitely push hard. Base is definitely one of the strong contenders for driver of the day there, I'll say. It was absolutely great push through. Same with Jawa. So, I mean, honestly, everybody who's still on the grid at this point has had some pretty good, solid moments. Speed and Grumpy, I don't even know what you guys pulled together there. That was some true team consistency so far. 30 minutes left, so that anything can happen. You never know between an extra pit stop, between a big collision, traffic, as everyone starts to slowly get closer and closer together again. As long as you can keep the consistency there, that is not too shabby. 52 laps in. They're 3.5 hours into the race now. That is absolutely excellent performance from everybody. You can start to see that sun is creeping into their vision there. The way most of these guys drive, it will be just shy creeping in with the rays. Give you guys a little onboard down the straight. Look, we'll be them. Make you feel a little better. This is true onboard here with Jesus. You can see the speed at which he attacks these corners is like nothing else. Just pure attack. And just car goes wherever he wants it to. That is one beautiful line down the main straight. I'll take a second here just to see how close the next car is. I have a feeling they are a ways away. But we'll still wait and see what comes out. So it's actually going to be the Vermin Exterminators behind the Vermins right now, as it should be. We'll see. Oh, that's actually Jesus. Never mind that they are behind. They've got the Vermins coming back up to them, looking for another lapping opportunity, it seems. 28 minutes remaining. It's not going to be super possible unless there's some sort of a collision or mistake on the Vermin's end, but nothing too bad so far. These guys are managing to keep the pace strong enough to where it needs to be. Good, solid progress all around, though, as they head through some of the tougher sections there, the Welkel, as it's somewhat named. I will say the nice thing about this track is all the little campsites and farmland and stuff. There's definitely a lot of detail on it, as we'll let this driver go. But you can take a look at the whole grid here, and whoever made it did a phenomenal job of making sure there's little details everywhere. You can see houses taken care of out in the distance, trees all over the place. So definitely a great job and a great attention to detail on Feldbergring here. So that's going to be one of our new favorite ones that we've got here. So we'll slowly make our way in with these guys as they head through Stockbourne. Going to take us a second to eventually catch up to them, but we'll try. Looks like we're getting closer and closer. As we finally make it on. Jesus did pit already. Let me see. Jesus is only on 3-lap old. Jawa's on 4-lap old. Base Cannon's on 2-lap old. So everybody is where I believe they'll be for finishing up. The only questionable one will be this car right here as far as the radicals go. And then Vermin Exterminators are 10 laps in on their tires, so not sure if they'll need to as well. I mean, Project Purple is hanging on to the edge of Jawa here. It's not over. I mean, their pace is not too different. Jawa's doing 46s. Purple just did a 45. So it's pretty quick. Yeah, mandatory laps have all been finished off, so everything is up to standings there. really the big battle still comes down between the two radicals and just Jawa keeping the focus in the final 25 minutes of the race. These guys bang out 20-minute races multiple times a week here, so at this point it's going to feel like practically nothing, and that's what we want for them for sure. Want this to feel like second nature, so this is where things should, in theory, get just a little easier for them. Easy being one strong word, but more bearable. We'll say it that way. Speaking of more bearable, we've got the sun bearing down on them now. Definitely starting to play in from some awkward angles. You can see the cars are covered in dirt here as they've been running through for nearly or over 3.5 hours now. These drivers have got to be getting tired as they get closer and closer to the end, but they are pushing through with determination, and that's what matters. Project Purple a few seconds off of their best time, so 2 seconds off the pace right now. Definitely going to want to find that pace back if they can, because this race certainly is not over. We do see Base Cannon is slowly creeping behind, looking for his opportunity to unlap himself once more. He had tremendous pace. He really looked like he was going to be able to do it. Unfortunately, those tires just they can't race forever. Based on your fuel and your tire, there are some restrictions that you can't account for, no matter how badly you want to. Going through the Energold Bridge. And he's certainly still moving up on placeholder racing up front. Looks like right now he's within 5 seconds of them to get that unlapping opportunity. 5 seconds and 23 minutes is not too much to ask, given he's currently lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than them. In fact, we should start to see them at the edges of some of these corners very shortly. There you catch a little peek of the pink and black livery up front. Looks like Jesus is also determined to make up that gap as well, though. Jesus only 19 seconds back from from Base Cannon. Two very different noises of the engine there. Yeah, Base Cannon is looking for that opportunity now within 4 seconds. Seems like their top speeds do match to enough to where it will help them out. I do see a spin there as Jawa is going past someone there. Oh, I think it was Potato. Heroic Potatoes with a big spin down the final straightaway, it seems. That's going to push them back a little bit further. They weren't quite close enough to be into that hunt with Speed Bump, but just puts them further and further into no man's land, which is going to be a little tiring, I'm sure. We'll take a look further back at the grid, though, to see Base Cannon looking for his chance to unlap himself in the final 20 minutes of the race left. He's doing pretty good. He's keeping that consistent pace still. He is on fresher tires compared to or the rest of his class, at least. Jesus on an extra lap by comparison. Really doing a good job of keeping the line tight. I think he knows that this is going to be his big play for the evening. We are hoping to see a nice little battle between them, as neither one is really in a race for position with the man in front or behind them at this stage in the game. Again, barring an accident up front, you never know. This is a tight course. We've seen one accident cost a racer 10 minutes before. Same with that little teleport to pits thing if they crash in the wrong spot. So still plenty of opportunity for change. So you don't want to let off too easy. Let off too easy. They are not. Jesus only creeping in just a little bit at a time. Sorry, base cannon only creeping in. He is still a full second away. Well, not even quite within that drafting opportunity yet, but certainly moving for it. Back through Energol, looking much closer than when we last joined them. That's for sure. Base looking for his opportunity. Not finding one just yet. He's going to need another lap or two with the current difference between them. But we're getting into the action here momentarily. We'll see how Placeholder Racing responds to the car behind. Do they want to have a little go at it this far into the race? These guys haven't had too much to fight with. It's been a lot of solo hot lapping. Do they take the opportunity and give us a show here in the final moments? You see speed bump slowly catching up to the Vermin Exterminators in front as well. So a little potential there for some action. As we slowly start to catch up to Potato, it's going to pull alongside and let these guys do their thing. I'm sure he's back on the gas now, but he just saw the Radicals coming and decided it was not worth it on this long straightaway, where he'll definitely be able to keep up with them regardless. Base Cannon finds himself in the draft range. This is it. He's going to move alongside right under the Bosch Bridge. Ooh, and Project has a look to slot back in, but not able to make it happen. And finds himself back behind the 48 car at the end of turn 1. The Exterminators are currently in P3 for the Volvos. About a lap back from P2. As Base Cannon moves on through, we do hear the other Radical of Osh trying to stick with him. With 17 minutes remaining, I think Osh's new concern is going to be either Potato behind him or the Radical of Jesus slowly moving up behind that. Entering into the final 15 minutes here. Sun is slowly starting to set more and more for these guys, so we are going to see some issues in that regards as far as driving down straightaways with the suns in their eyes, around fine turns, that sort of thing. So the sloppiness will come into play, especially as the fatigue starts to set in. Every time they look at this clock, they're expecting minutes to have gone by when it's only been seconds. Now that they're getting closer and closer to the end, you just want this race over, I'm sure, so that they can lock in their positions. But it is not over yet, particularly for the top two racers there in the Radical class. We've got Osh with 24 seconds away from Jawa. That's been a consistent gap. These guys have been pretty close together. Looks like Project Purple, who's racing under Osh's name right now, Project Purple was able to go a second faster on the last lap. So not a lot of time, but enough to keep themselves close and really only need a mistake to be the defining factor. Looks like Muchacho going out on soft tires. I think they're going to have a run for a fastest lap here. Amongst the Volvos, we see that as a 51.4. They are going to have plenty of time to get an outlap in and lube up the tires before going for that. Now, with the way the points work, that does get them into a tie for P2 if they can take it from the Heroic Potatoes. So something the Heroic Potatoes are going to have to take into consideration. They've got somebody gunning for that extra point now, and they'll have to either help speed along somehow, or hope that they can do it themselves along the way. That fastest lap currently is held by a soft lap time, or soft tire rather. No. 14 minutes remaining. The Vermin Exterminators heading through the course in some open air for now, so this is going to be them going for a clean hot lap once they get all the way around. Certainly curious to see where they'll end up there. Looks like Jesus has made his way through. Potato in the Castrol car. Potato may have let off to do so. We see a 3:52 on his previous lap. Or sorry, as his previous best, as opposed to a 4:05 as his previous lap time. So definitely starting to pull off the pace a little bit. I'm not sure if he's trying to let off to find some competition with a speed bump down the ways. But either way, it's nothing too crazy there. Osh finds himself now a little bit closer, within 20 seconds almost of Jawa in front. So still trying to creep his way in these final few minutes here. Only going to be about 3 laps left, so he really needs to try hard if he's going to make something happen. Looks like Jawa crossed the line with a 45 to Project Purple's 46, unfortunately. However, now as they end the first sector, it seems Jawa is 4 seconds away from Osh's pace, Project Purple's pace. So a little bit of potential for him in there. Let's take a look at the man in the lead. This is a tough spot to be in right now. He's 8 laps on his tires, so they're fairly fresh. Car is feeling dirty. He's definitely feeling fatigued as he's taking on this whole race with no teammates. But he is pushing through, holding on to that gap. He's got 20 seconds separating them. He won't have too much tire wear right now, so he just needs to focus on driving the way he knows how. Just putting in some consistent laps, basically matching the guy behind. Which we see him doing pretty well so far. A lot of good pressure in. 6 seconds lost on this lap. I'm going to guess there was some sort of spin with the wall or something. Ooh, a little bit more time lost again there. So we're starting to get a little bit sloppy in the final few minutes here. There's not really too many good words for it. Could be again though, but these guys are going to be starting to get some interference from the sun, like you can see right there. That's going to start to make things a little bit tricky as you've got this glare heading over the hill towards the back straight. Man, these guys are pushing hard. I do see Base Cannon is getting closer and closer to his opportunity, though. Looks like he's probably about 15 seconds back right now. Speed bump with a purple Sector 3. That's going to be the fastest fastest Sector 3 due to the fastest top speed, I'd imagine. Yes, as he hits the 280 kilometers an hour. That is something. He is moving, it sounds like, on the back straight. Out, just lapping out to himself there. Did we have Muchacho exit pits again? I might be confused. Oh, you can see the street lights are starting to come on in town though as we hit the final few hours of the race. This is going to throw them off a little bit as their braking points look a little bit different. Town looks a little different. The road looks a little different. We are hitting the nighttime fiasco Everybody's doing a good job of keeping their battles sorted. Oh, it looks like we're going to have a pit opportunity here from Placeholder Racing. They are going to have to switch out for new tires and fuel, I think it is. I don't think that's going to be enough to really make any difference with the overall standings, but does have a little effect on where these guys end up as far as the overall chances go. Jesus not going to get his chance to overtake them cleanly, but does unlap himself in the grand scheme of things. Base Cannon finding himself well ahead now. So evened out a little bit, but still not too much. Base Cannon looking good. Looks like Project Purple actually coming out on softs. I think they're going to try and take a fastest lap away from Jawa, but their fastest lap is already a little bit faster. They would have to take it from Jesus, who's got a 3:40.978, if that's what they're going for. Muchacho AC, on the other hand, still looking for that fastest lap attempt. He's coming around, but he's got blue flag cars right behind him, the blue flag car of Jawa himself. So those guys getting closer and closer together to causing some shenanigans. Let's see just how much that car comes into play. I mean, he's going to have to pass him at some point. He's not going to be able to do it on the long straight, and it looks like he won't be able to do it beforehand. So that puts him in a dangerous spot to be passing that Volvo at somewhere along the ways of late Sector 1, end of Sector 2. Assuming that top speed is there. Yep, it does look to be for the Volvo. So we'll see where Jawa's able to make the move, but it could cost him a little bit of time, enough to bring Base Cannon into a last-minute shuffle. Wouldn't say it is for position, but at least a nice battle between the two drivers to wrap things up. So we're going to see this Radical think about it here. But no matter how much he wants it, that Volvo's got a higher top speed. The Volvo's going to have to go ahead of him at some point. As here we go, the speed of that Volvo starting to play out. We get closer and closer down the main straight. I think the Volvo is trying to be nice and not interfere. Yeah, we see the Volvo is hanging way off the throttle here, trying not to overtake the Radical at this stage in the game, but it is costing them a lot of time to do so. That is true sportsmanship right there. They know their race is not about this particular stint. So they let the Radical go through without giving it too much to worry about. And brings an end to a rather interesting moment there. We'll see if the same thing happens here in a moment with Base Cannon in P3. Looking good as he comes around one of the tight turns in the track there. Getting closer and closer to the Volvo up front, but can he make it around to Jawa with only 6 minutes remaining? Base Cannon putting up a 45, Jawa a 46 last lap. Quite some time separating them on the grid. Jesus with another 41 in the book, so Jesus really hounding down the pace. Just happens to be a little bit too far to make anything of it. Oh, we do see the classic Radical versus Volvo going on here. Vermin Exterminators are going to be polite and let the Volvo go by, given the Volvo's vastly different approach to these next few turns here. And through roads, it does pay off as they're able to keep moving Base Cannon as well. Man, sometimes it's like these things barely even stop by comparison. You've got that Volvo already a few seconds behind now. So Base Cannon is going to need to put not only a little cushion here, but this is where he makes his final play if he's looking to catch up to our leader of Brennan Jawa.
So we'll take a look in just a moment here. Wait till he gets to a half decent spot to compare the gap. And we'll see what Base Cannon needs to do with 5 minutes left to give us a little bit of a show. This Jawa is not far off his own personal best, so that shows great signs of consistency throughout the race today. And we'll see. So it's about 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's about 4 or 5 seconds separating them. Again, Base Cannon is on a slightly faster lap time, but not 4 or 5 seconds with where it stands currently. He's going to need to find that time, dig deep again, and make something happen. Jawa is a solo racer, yes. So it's been proper consistency from him all night long. Best lap is a 44, last lap was a 46, so within about a 2-second range for most of the night. Because I have been keeping tabs and I haven't really seen too many 47s or anything like that. Nothing too crazy, at least. Looks like we are gonna get about 60 laps all said and done from these guys. Probably 62 if you count the laps the driver swaps did not. But that makes for one hell of a long race as these guys are hounding around Feldbergring here. One of the longer ones that we've done an endurance race on, barring the Green Hell itself. Heading through Bosch Tunnel for what should be the last time. Our leader, Jawa, and Base Cannon not too far behind. About 3 seconds separating them. Are we going to get a little bit of a show here to end the race? We'll check back in just a second. Yes, he is absolutely crazy doing the full thing solo, but he's managed to pull it off, and I gotta say, it is like nothing we expected. That is one hell of a consistent show out that he's had today. So power to him. Not too far behind either, though. Placeholder Racing has been keeping a pretty good pace. I know that they ended up pitting at one point, so that cost them their kind of shot at the very, very top like they expected, but they were doing real well. They're making it look good as they carry it through to the finish here, securing their P2. Little gap between themselves and Base, but not enough of one to where I'm too worried for them. So looking great. I just want to check in, make sure Base hasn't made his move yet. He has not. Let's take a look at our other leaders on the other side of the grid. Haven't shown as much Volvo love today just because the Radicals have been having a little bit more of a competition. And that's all due to this team right here, the Vermin Supreme. Supreme indeed. These guys have really, really done a phenomenal job of pushing their way through the grid. You can see they've taken their lashes, they've got their dirt, they've got their beatings from really going hard around the grid. But over half a lap separating them and the next team. That is one hell of a show out for the 4 hours. And the next team, though, is Potato and Zero. Quite a heroic performance by the Heroic Potatoes indeed, as those guys do a good job of sorry, I just noticed those guys do a real good job of keeping a consistent pace, slowly falling back a little bit during some of the stints, but they ended up keeping enough pressure on speed bump to where it's interesting. Speaking of interesting, we got Base and Jawa. They're thinking about it, but I think Jawa just wants to take his win and go. I don't know if we're going to see a hard fight right here. It might just be a little bit of a funly kerfuffle, if you will. But Base Cannon did get in front. We'll see if Jawa wants to do anything about it, as we do have quite a little bit left to go in this last lap. Speed Bump is going to have to do one more lap than the rest of the Volvos. Kind of unfortunate for him as far as the outward placement. Technically, all the Volvos should have to do one more lap in comparison to the Radicals there.
But as we head down the final straight for the final time of the evening, Base Cannon is going to sit up front, cursing himself to do one more lap in full. But that will keep him, I believe, within the lead lap. So if I'm him, just to be able to say that you unlapped yourself, that your team got back from where it was, I'm taking that lap. I'm going to push it all the way around, and you've got the full 4 minutes or so to do so. It's definitely important to get out in front. So this will be Jawa coming across the line as our official winner of the Real Rookie Racing 4-hour endurance of Feldbergring. That is one hell of a performance. Our first one to cross the grid, and does a magnificent job making it look relatively easy. Let's take a look now at some of our other racers coming across the line. We do have Jesus locking up a very strong P4. Comes back with some pace that we hadn't seen before. Vermin Exterminators not far behind either. They're doing a phenomenal job. Then coming across the line, we do have Placeholder Racing, Project Purple, coming down to the end here to finish it off for the pink and black squad. An excellent race at that. Base Cannon is going to be sending it all the way around, so we got a little bit of time before we have our final racer come through, as we'll maintain coverage on these last couple cars here. So big shout outs to everybody who participated today. A lot of interesting moments, but some threading the needles and some other things. It didn't seem like there was any of the big carnage that we were kind of expecting to happen, to be honest. I think we went from 15 signups down to a final grid of 7 to cross the line, 9 to kick things off. We lost 1 to a power outage. Shout out to Christian Crafton and Chris C. Those guys really were doing well. Just unfortunate Mother Nature sometimes can spoil your plans for the day. Then we did lose our very own Techly Racing Josh Fulton Volvo vehicle, as a couple odds and ends and misfortunes kept them from being able to finish the event today. But on the other side of the grid, after 4 hours and 39 seconds, Jawa represents Techly Racing in a strong performance. Ends up winning the full event as a solo racer, so no changes in drivers at all. That is definitely a strong testament to the mentality there of that racer, and the consistency that they are able to pull off. We're sticking here though with speed bumps through Grottenbach. This is one of the final sectors that he's got to get through. Sure, he's just thinking about what a day it's been, the amount of time that he's had to finalize everything on the grid here. Everything is looking phenomenal as he gets closer and closer to the line, with perfect timing as we see Base Cannon rounding the end to the final straight. So that will be the Vermins taking the win for the Volvos by a full lap, getting in a cheeky little extra lap there. But no, in all seriousness, Speed Bunts does a phenomenal job. So does the Grumpy Print. Those guys had some amazing consistency together. Their overall lap times much closer together compared to some of the other teams there. And just across the grid, we got a lot of strong performances. Everybody pushing the life out of the cars, out of the tires, pushing till the end. It was amazing pace there. Definitely a shout out to Jesus and Team Burnout as a whole. They had a great show out, great chance. And we will watch as Base Cannon from Venus Motorsport, Thorn Bass, No Cash, comes across the line to finish off all 4 hours at Feldbergring. So, thank you guys all for checking in. This has been one of the Real Rookie Racing endurance events. Thank you guys for watching. Catch you on the next one.